Hello friends, glad to see you again on the Dead Signal FM channel. There are more and more of you. Thank you for watching our stories. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and subscribe so you won't miss new episodes. It really helps my channel. Also, write in the comments, where are you watching us from? Let's begin. Enjoy the video. The first thing I need to tell you is that I don't believe in ghosts. Or at least I didn't. Not until 3 months ago, when I moved into apartment 3B at the Westlake Residences. That's important to understand. I wasn't some paranormal enthusiast looking for proof. I was just desperate for affordable housing in a city where rent prices had spiraled beyond reason. When I first toured the place, I noticed how the property manager avoided looking directly at the bedroom door. His eyes would dart around the living room, kitchen, bathroom, anywhere but that closed door at the end of the hallway. When I finally asked to see the bedroom, he hesitated, just for a fraction of a second. That's when I should have known. Of course, he said, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Just needs a fresh coat of paint is all. The bedroom was oddly cold compared to the rest of the apartment, which I attributed to poor insulation. One wall was painted a deep burgundy, almost the color of dried blood, while the others remained a sterile white. The room felt empty somehow, not just unoccupied, but vacant in a way that seemed deliberate, as if it were holding its breath. "Why is this wall painted differently?" I asked. "Previous tenant's choice," he said quickly. "We can have it painted over before you move in." I didn't care about the color. The rent was $400 below market value, and I was sold. I signed the lease that afternoon. The first week passed without incident. I spent most of my time unpacking, arranging furniture, hanging pictures, making the space my own. The burgundy wall remained. I decided it added character to an otherwise bland room. Besides, I'd already spent too much on moving expenses to worry about paint. It was during the second week when I began to notice things. Small things at first. The temperature in the bedroom would drop suddenly, even when the rest of the apartment was comfortably warm. I'd wake up with the blankets pulled completely off the bed, bunched in the corner like someone had angrily yanked them away. My clothes, which I'd carefully hung in the closet, would sometimes be found scattered across the floor in the morning. I blamed it on the building's ancient heating system, restless sleep, and shoddy closet rods. Then came the sounds. At first, it was just a subtle tapping. So faint I convinced myself it was water in the pipes or a neighbor hanging pictures. But gradually the tapping grew more insistent, more rhythmic. Always from inside the wall. The burgundy wall. Top, top, top. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps, then silence again. Always in groups of 3, always at 3:17 a.m. I know because I started setting my phone to record while I slept, just to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. After 2 weeks of this, I finally knocked on my neighbor's door, the apartment that shared the wall with my bedroom. A middle-aged woman answered, dark circles under her eyes. When I mentioned the tapping, her face drained of color. "There's no one living in that room," she said quietly. "What do you mean? It's my bedroom." "No, on my side. That room has been empty for months. I use it for storage." I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach. Could I see it? Just to check for loose pipes or something? She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. I suppose. Her apartment was a mirror image of mine, with the corresponding room at the end of the hallway. When she opened the door, I found myself staring at a completely empty space. No furniture, no boxes, nothing but dust and a single chair facing the wall that connected to my bedroom. My burgundy wall. "Why is there just a chair here?" I asked. She looked away. "Sometimes I sit here. Feels, I don't know how to explain it. Peaceful, in a way." I approached the wall, placing my palm against it. The surface was ice cold. "What happened to the previous tenant in my apartment?" I finally asked. "In my unit." She wouldn't meet my eyes. "You should ask the property manager." I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my bed, staring at the burgundy wall until sunrise. No tapping came, but sometime around 2 a.m., I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A faint discoloration on the wall, about shoulder height. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a patch job, painted over with a slightly different shade of burgundy than the rest of the wall. The next morning, I went to the property management office. The same man who had shown me the apartment was there, shuffling papers at the front desk. "I need to know about the previous tenant," I said without preamble. He didn't look up. "That information is confidential. There's something wrong with my bedroom. The wall. Nothing wrong with that apartment," he interrupted, finally meeting my gaze. "Just an old building. Makes noises. Settling. At exactly 3:17 a.m. every night?" His pen froze mid-signature. "I can't help you with that." As I turned to leave, an older woman emerged from the back office. She'd clearly overheard our conversation. "Wait," she called after me. "You're in 3B?" I nodded. She glanced at the property manager, who was glaring at her in warning. She lowered her voice. "The girl who lived there before, Janet, she had problems. Mental health issues, they said." "Margaret," the property manager hissed. "He deserves to know, Frank," she shot back. To me, she added, she claimed the wall was talking to her, that something was trapped inside it. Nobody believed her, of course. "What happened to her?" I asked, though I was starting to suspect the answer. Margaret's eyes darted to Frank, who had given up pretending not to listen. "They found her in the bedroom. She'd cut into the wall. Dozens of holes trying to let it out," she said in her note. "Then she cut herself." My mouth went dry. "She killed herself?" Margaret nodded grimly. "That's why the rent's so cheap. They patched the wall, painted it that awful color to hide the work. But legally, they had to disclose the death. It's in your lease agreement in the fine print." I thought back to the stack of papers I'd signed, skimming most of them in my excitement to secure the apartment. "When did this happen?" 3 months ago, Margaret replied. "She died at 3:17 a.m. I should have moved out that day. Any rational person would have. But I couldn't afford to break the lease, and frankly, part of me didn't believe it. Suicide was tragic, yes, but it didn't mean the apartment was haunted. The tapping could be explained. The cold spots were just poor insulation. The discoloration on the wall was clearly from repairs. So I stayed, but I avoided the bedroom at night. I started sleeping on the couch, telling myself it was more comfortable anyway. For a few nights, this seemed to work. No more tapping, no more blankets on the floor. Then the whispering started. It would begin as a soft hiss, like radio static, emanating from the bedroom. Gradually, it would form into words, or almost words. I could never quite make them out. They seemed to be spoken in a language that was almost English, but not quite. The syllables distorted and stretched. Still, I rationalized. Old buildings have vents that carry sounds from other apartments. Maybe I was hearing neighbors through the walls. But deep down, I knew no human voice could make those sounds. One night, about a month after moving in, I forgot to charge my phone. My charger was in the bedroom. At 2 a.m., with my battery at 3%, I finally worked up the courage to retrieve it. I told myself I was being ridiculous, afraid of my own bedroom. The room was freezing when I entered. My breath clouded in front of my face. The burgundy wall seemed to pulse slightly in the dim light filtering through the blinds. I hurried to the nightstand, grabbed my charger, and turned to leave. That's when I saw it. The discolored patch on the wall had grown. What had been a subtle difference in shade was now unmistakable. A darker, wet-looking oval about 2 feet across. And it was moving, bulging outward, as if something behind it was pressing against the surface. I stood frozen, watching as the patch swelled and receded, like something breathing. Then came the tapping from inside the wall. Not the rhythmic 3 taps I'd heard before, but frantic, desperate pounding, like someone trapped trying to break free. I ran from the room, slamming the door behind me. I spent the night in the hallway outside my apartment, too terrified to go back inside. When morning came, I forced myself to return, half expecting to find the wall torn open. But everything looked normal. The discolored patch was back to its original size. The wall was just a wall. I decided to investigate, If something had happened in that room, there would be records. A suicide would have made the local news. I spent hours searching online until I found it. A small article dated 3 months earlier. Local woman found dead in apartment. Suicide suspected. The article mentioned Janet Wilson, 29, found deceased in her apartment at Westlake Residences. The cause appeared to be self-inflicted wounds. The article was brief with little detail, but it confirmed what Margaret had told me. I dug deeper, finding Janet's social media accounts. Her last posts were increasingly erratic, talking about voices in the walls and feeling watched. Friends had commented, concerned, but their worry came too late. One post, dated a week before her death, caught my attention. It's not just talking anymore. It's showing me things. Terrible things. Things that happened in this room. I think it wants out. From there, I spiraled into researching the building's history. Westlake Residences had been converted from an old hotel built in the 1920s. Over the decades, it had changed hands multiple times. There were rumors of mob connections in the 30s, a fire in the 50s that killed 3 people, and various other tragedies. Nothing specifically about my apartment or that wall. But the building certainly had history, enough to fuel the imagination of someone already struggling with mental health issues. I told myself that's all it was. Janet Wilson had been unwell. She'd invented or hallucinated the voices, convinced herself something supernatural was happening. A tragic case of untreated mental illness, not a haunting. But if that was true, why could I hear the tapping too? I decided to examine the wall more closely. During daylight hours, I approached it with a sense of detached curiosity, determined to find a rational explanation. I tapped on various parts, listening for hollow spots that might indicate a space behind it. The wall sounded solid throughout. Looking more carefully at the discolored patch, I noticed tiny puncture marks beneath the paint. Dozens of them, as if someone had repeatedly driven a small object into the wall. Janet's doing, no doubt, before they patched it over. I pressed my palm against the spot. It felt colder than the surrounding wall, almost damp, though there was no visible moisture. As I held my hand there, I felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of grief wash over me. So intense that tears sprang to my eyes. It was as if I'd tapped into a reservoir of pure sorrow embedded in the wall itself. I jerked my hand away, shaken. What was happening to me? Was I succumbing to the same delusions that had consumed Janet? That night, I resolved to record everything. I set up my laptop to take continuous video of the wall, while my phone recorded audio. I still slept on the couch, but I left the bedroom door open, one eye on the darkened doorway. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start at, you guessed it, 3:17 a.m. The tapping had returned, but different this time. Faster, more urgent. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and walked to the bedroom doorway. The discolored patch had expanded again, larger than before. The burgundy color looked almost black in the darkness, glistening like an open wound. The tapping was coming from directly behind it. Against every instinct, I approached the wall. "What do you want?" I whispered. The tapping stopped. For several heartbeats, there was absolute silence. Then, a voice, so close it could have been whispering directly into my ear. "Help me." I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet. The voice had been clear, distinct. A woman's voice, raw with desperation. "Janet," I called, feeling foolish even as I said it. No response, just the faint sound of weeping, muffled as if coming through layers of material. I scrambled for my phone, hands shaking as I turned on the video recorder. I approached the wall again, filming the discolored patch. On the screen, I could see what my eyes couldn't. A subtle movement beneath the surface, like something shifting under a thin membrane. "Who are you?" I asked, voice trembling. "What do you want?" The weeping stopped. The discolored patch rippled. And then, slowly, 5 finger-shaped indentations appeared in the wall, as if someone on the other side was pressing their hand against it. I've never been more terrified in my life. I backed away, still filming, as the handprint pressed deeper into the wall. Then words began to form in the paint, not carved but rising from within, like embossed lettering. Not Janet. My back hit the opposite wall. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. I just kept filming as more words formed. Before her. Before me. Many before. The handprint suddenly slammed against the wall with such force that flakes of paint drifted to the floor. The impact left a crack in the discolored patch. That broke my paralysis. I fled the apartment, spending the night in my car. When I returned the next morning, the wall was intact. No handprint, no words, no crack. Even the discolored patch seemed less noticeable in the daylight. But I had the video. Proof that I wasn't imagining things, wasn't going crazy like Janet had. Except when I checked my phone, the video was gone. The recording had stopped after just 10 seconds, showing only me approaching the wall. Everything after that, missing. I began researching the building's history more thoroughly. I visited the local historical society, dug through newspaper archives, and even tracked down former residents. Slowly, a pattern emerged. Apartment 3B had seen 6 suicides over the past 80 years. All in the same room, all found facing the burgundy wall. Before it was converted to apartments, when the building was still a hotel, that room had been the scene of a gruesome murder. In 1937, a woman named Elizabeth Marsh was killed by her husband, who had sealed her alive inside the wall cavity during renovations. Her body wasn't discovered until decades later, during another renovation in the 1970s. According to the newspaper report from that time, workers had broken through the wall and found her remains, along with scrape marks in the concrete where she had tried to claw her way out. The article mentioned that the coroner believed she had survived for days inside the wall before finally succumbing to dehydration or suffocation. The workers who found her reported hearing weeping and tapping for days before they broke through the wall. They had assumed it was water pipes. After her discovery, her remains were supposedly removed and properly buried. The wall was repaired and the room returned to use. But the suicides began shortly after, as if something of Elizabeth remained trapped inside that wall. Her pain, her desperation, her rage at being abandoned and forgotten. Each suicide followed the same pattern. The victim would report hearing noises from the wall, would become obsessed with it, and eventually would be found dead in the room. Some had cut themselves, like Janet. Others had hanged themselves facing the wall. One had simply stopped eating or drinking, sitting in a chair and staring at the wall until he died of dehydration. And now I was living in that room, hearing those same sounds, feeling the same pull toward the wall. I should have left then, least be damned. But something kept me there. A growing obsession with understanding what was happening, with helping whatever was trapped behind that wall. I told myself I was different from the others. I knew what I was dealing with. I wouldn't succumb to its influence. I began sitting in the bedroom at night, waiting for the tapping to start. When it did, I would talk to the wall, ask questions. Sometimes I would get responses, not words anymore, but patterns of taps. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for something else. Something it couldn't express through simple answers. I learned that it wasn't just Elizabeth in there. Others had joined her over the years, Janet being the most recent. Each suicide had added another soul to the collection trapped within the wall. They were bound there, unable to move on, their collective anguish growing with each new addition. They wanted release, but not in the way the others had tried to provide it, not through joining them in death. They wanted to be set free. One night, as I sat facing the wall, the discolored patch began to expand again. But this time, it didn't stop growing. It spread across the entire burgundy surface, turning it slick and pulsing. The temperature in the room plummeted until I could see nothing but my own frozen breath. Words formed on the wall, not rising from within but appearing as if written by an invisible hand. Break it open. I shook my head. I can't. The others tried that. It only made things worse. Not like that. Not with blood. With light. I didn't understand. What do you mean? What light? The wall seemed to shudder, the entire surface rippling like water. Then, slowly, shapes began to emerge from the flat surface, faces pressing outward, as if trying to push through a membrane. I recognized Janet from her social media photos. Other faces I didn't know, men and women of various ages, their expressions frozen in anguish. And at the center, more defined than the others, was a woman I assumed to be Elizabeth. Her face was gaunt, eyes hollow with decades of suffering. Her mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I moved closer, against every instinct that screamed at me to run. "What do you need me to do?" The faces receded, sinking back into the wall. In their place, a simple message appeared. "The truth. Tell it. Remember US." And then the wall went still. The discoloration faded. The temperature gradually returned to normal. I sat there until dawn, waiting for more, but nothing came. The next day, I went to the property management office again. I demanded to speak with the owner of the building, not the manager. After much persistence, I was given a number. The building's owner was a corporation, as I'd expected. But when I called and explained what I'd discovered about the building's history, I was surprised to be connected directly to the CEO, a man named Richard Westlake. Yes, the building still belonged to the original family. And yes, Richard knew about Elizabeth Marsh. She had been his great-aunt. "That's just an old family story," he said dismissively when I brought it up. "Urban legend. Nothing to it." "Then why have there been 6 suicides in that apartment?" I countered. "All in the same room, all facing the same wall?" A long silence followed. Then, "What exactly are you suggesting, Mr. Parker?" "I'm suggesting that there's something in that wall. Something that needs to be acknowledged. The truth needs to come out." Another pause. "I'll double your security deposit if you move out by the end of the week." No questions asked. "That's not what I want." "Then what do you want?" His voice had hardened. "I want you to publicly acknowledge what happened to Elizabeth Marsh. I want a proper memorial. I want the truth about all the deaths in that apartment to be made public." He laughed, a cold sound. "You must be joking. Do you know what that would do to property values? To my family's reputation?" "I know what will happen if you don't," I replied. "I'll go to the media with everything I've found. The historical records, the pattern of suicides, all of it. No one will believe you. They'll think you're crazy, just like the others. Maybe, but once the story is out there, other people will start digging. And they'll find what I found." The line went quiet for so long I thought he'd hung up. Finally, he spoke. "Come to my office tomorrow. We'll discuss this further." I never made it to that meeting. That night, the tapping returned, louder than ever before, no longer confined to the bedroom wall but seeming to come from every surface of the apartment. The temperature dropped so low that water froze in glasses. The electricity fluctuated, lights flickering on and off. I sat in the center of the living room, watching as frost patterns formed on the windows. Patterns that gradually shaped themselves into words. "He's coming. He knows. He always knew." A sharp knock at the door made me jump. It was nearly midnight, too late for casual visitors. I approached cautiously, looking through the peephole. Richard Westlake stood in the hallway, flanked by 2 larger men. I hadn't met him in person, but I recognized him from photos online. He looked older than in his corporate headshots, his face gaunt and eyes deep-set. He knocked again, harder. "Mr. Parker," he called through the door, "we need to discuss your concerns." Immediately, I didn't answer, didn't move. Something was very wrong. How had he known which apartment was mine? I hadn't given him my address. "Mr. Parker, this can go one of 2 ways," he continued. "You can open the door, or my associates can open it for you." I backed away silently, retreating toward the bedroom, the only room without a direct line of sight to the front door. I heard the sound of a key in the lock. Of course, he owned the building, he would have a master key. The door swung open. I pressed myself against the wall beside the bedroom door, listening to footsteps entering my apartment. "Check the bedroom," Westlake ordered. Heavy footsteps approached. I looked around desperately for something to defend myself with, but there was nothing. I was trapped. As the footsteps reached the bedroom door, the temperature suddenly plummeted. The air became so cold it burned my lungs. The burgundy wall began to pulse, the discolored patch expanding rapidly until it covered the entire surface. The man appeared in the doorway, tall, broad-shouldered, expressionless. He looked directly at me, then stepped into the room. "In here," he called over his shoulder. Westlake appeared behind him, followed by the second man. All three entered the bedroom. "Mr. Parker," Westlake began, "you've been digging into matters that don't concern you. People died here," I said. "Your family covered it up, every time." He smiled thinly. "My family protected its interests, as I'm about to do now." The second man closed the bedroom door. I heard the lock click. That's when the wall began to move. The entire burgundy surface rippled like a sheet caught in a breeze. The discoloration spread beyond the wall, creeping onto the ceiling and floor. The temperature dropped so low that the men's breath clouded densely in front of their faces. "What the hell?" one of them muttered, backing toward the door. Westlake's eyes widened. "No," he whispered. "Not again." The wall split open, not breaking but parting like curtains. Behind it was not the empty space of my neighbor's apartment, but a void, dark and cold. And in that void, faces began to appear, dozens of them, pressing forward, their mouths open in silent screams. The men scrambled for the door, but it wouldn't open. One began pounding on it with his shoulder while the other pulled frantically at the handle. Westlake stood frozen, staring at the wall. "Elizabeth," he whispered.
"I'm sorry."
From the void, a figure emerged. A woman in tattered clothing, her hair long and matted, her skin gray and desiccated. She moved with unnatural fluidity, floating rather than walking. Behind her came others, men and women of different ages, all with the same hollow eyes and gray skin. I pressed myself into the corner, unable to look away as Elizabeth, for it must be her, approached Westlake. She reached out a withered hand, touching his face with what almost seemed like tenderness. "You knew," she said, her voice a dry whisper. "All of you knew, generation after generation. You let us suffer." "It wasn't me," Westlake pleaded. "It was my great-grandfather. He covered it up, not me." "And you maintained the lie," she responded, "for profit, for reputation." Her fingers curled around his throat, not choking, just holding. "So many joined me because of your silence. So many trapped between worlds." The other spirits had surrounded the two men at the door. They weren't touching them, just standing close, their hollow eyes fixed on the terrified men. "We can't leave," Elizabeth continued. "Not until the truth is known. Not until we're remembered." Westlake nodded frantically. "I'll tell everyone. I'll make it right. Just let me go." She released him, stepping back. "No," she said softly. "You won't. None of you ever do." She turned to me then, her empty eyes finding mine. "But he will." The other spirits moved away from the door. It swung open on its own. "Go," Elizabeth said to me. "Tell our story. All of it." I didn't need to be told twice. I ran from the room, through the apartment, and out into the hallway. Behind me, I heard the door slam shut. Then the screaming started. I ran until I reached the street, not stopping until I was blocks away. When I finally looked back, the windows of apartment 3B were glowing with an eerie blue light. Then, one by one, the lights in the entire building went out. The official report stated that Richard Westlake and 2 security contractors died of carbon monoxide poisoning in apartment 3B that night. A faulty furnace was blamed. No mention was made of the fact that the furnace was in the basement, not on the 3rd floor, or that no other apartments reported elevated CO levels. I tried to tell the police what had happened, but they didn't believe me. Neither did the reporters I contacted. I was just another mentally unstable resident of the suicide apartment, as they called it. But I kept my promise. I researched every victim, tracking down their stories, their families. I created a website documenting everything: Elizabeth's murder, the subsequent suicides, the Westlake family's cover-up. I included my own experience, knowing most would dismiss it as delusion. 3 months later, the building was sold. The new owners, unaware of its history, began extensive renovations. When workers opened up the wall in apartment 3B, they found something the original investigators had missed: a small space behind the wall, just large enough for a person. and inside, bones. Not just one set, but many, layered atop each other. Forensic examination identified 7 distinct individuals, including Elizabeth Marsh and Richard Westlake. The others were identified as the previous suicide victims from apartment 3B, except they weren't suicides. Each showed evidence of having been sealed into the wall while still alive. The discovery made national news. My website was found and my account suddenly didn't seem so crazy. Investigators reopened the cases, eventually tracing a pattern of murders across generations of the Westlake family. A twisted tradition of sacrificing people to appease whatever lived in that wall. The building was eventually demolished. A memorial garden now stands in its place, with plaques naming each victim. Elizabeth's plaque is at the center. I still dream of them sometimes, Elizabeth and the others. In my dreams, they're at peace, no longer trapped in darkness. I don't know if that's true or just my mind trying to create closure. What I do know is that I don't hear the tapping anymore. The ghosts have gone quiet. Their story has been told. But I still don't sleep well at night. Because there's one thing I haven't told you, one detail I've left out until now. The night it all ended, when I fled the apartment leaving Westlake and his men behind, I felt something follow me out. A cold presence that has never quite left my side. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear soft footsteps behind me. And occasionally, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel the gentle pressure of a withered hand on my shoulder. A reminder that some stories never truly end. They wanted to be remembered, and now I can never forget. The first thing I noticed was that the apartment felt larger than it should have. Not in any measurable way. The walls were where they were supposed to be, the rooms the exact dimensions listed in the lease. But something about the air itself felt wrong, as if it extended beyond the physical boundaries that contained it. Like there were pockets of negative space folded into the corners where my eyes couldn't quite reach. I told myself it was just the echo. Old buildings have their quirks, and this one had stood for nearly a century, its bones settling and shifting through decades of city growth around it. The hallways had that particular quality where footsteps seemed to arrive a half second after they should, and conversations carried farther than expected. The super had mentioned something about the unusual acoustics when I signed the papers, but I'd been too fixated on the affordable rent in an otherwise expensive neighborhood to really listen. 3 weeks in, I still couldn't shake the feeling that the place was somehow larger on the inside than the outside. I'd catch myself pausing between rooms, disoriented by the sense that I'd crossed more distance than should have been possible. I began counting my steps from bedroom to kitchen, 12. Every time, 12. Yet the journey felt longer, as if my feet were traveling through some additional, intangible space. The dreams started on the 27th night. Not nightmares exactly, those would have been easier to dismiss. Instead, I dreamed of standing in my own apartment, looking at walls that breathed slight, almost imperceptible movements. In these dreams, I would walk to my bathroom and find the journey taking minutes instead of seconds, the hallway stretching impossibly before my dream self. And always, I would hear something moving in the walls. Not mice or the normal settling of pipes, but a deliberate shifting, like someone sliding between the drywall and insulation. I woke from these dreams with the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. Not just in the building, that would have been comforting, but in my apartment itself. The certainty would linger for minutes after waking, before rational thought could reassert itself. Except even then, the feeling never fully dissipated. Winter came early that year. The radiators in the building clanked and hissed, filling the apartment with metallic groans that I eventually tuned out. But beneath those mechanical sounds was something else, a whispering that seemed to emanate from the vents. At first, I thought it was just air moving through the ancient heating system, but I began to notice patterns, rhythms, almost words. I started sleeping with earbuds in. That only made it worse. Without the ambient noise of the city to distract me, I became more aware of my own body, the blood pulsing in my ears, the subtle creak of the mattress as I shifted position, and more attuned to the wrongness of the space around me. I would lie awake, convinced that the ceiling was inches farther away than it had been when I'd moved in. The mirrors were the next to change. I noticed it while brushing my teeth one morning. My reflection seemed delayed by a fraction of a second. I moved my hand, and my mirror double followed just slightly too late. So slight that I questioned whether I'd seen it at all. But once noticed, I couldn't unsee it. The lag grew more pronounced in the coming days. I began avoiding my reflection entirely. The apartment continued to expand in ways that defied physical explanation. Walking from my bedroom to the front door began to feel like traversing a vast distance, though I could still see the entire layout from any vantage point. Sound behaved strangely too. I would hear the upstairs neighbor's television as if it were playing in the next room, while the noise of a dropped fork in my own kitchen seemed to come from miles away. I reached out to friends, trying to describe what was happening without sounding unhinged. They suggested logical explanations. Stress, sleep deprivation, perhaps mold affecting my cognitive functions. I had the super check for mold. He found none, but seemed reluctant to linger in my apartment, his eyes darting to the corners of rooms as if he too sensed something amiss. It was the bathroom where I finally saw it. I'd been avoiding lengthy showers, uncomfortable with closing my eyes for too long in this place that felt increasingly foreign. But that night, exhausted from another sleepless night, I stood under the hot water longer than usual. Steam filled the small room, fogging the glass door of the shower stall. Through the condensation, I saw a handprint appear on the outside of the glass. A handprint that was too large, with fingers too long and joints too numerous. I stumbled out of the shower, naked and dripping, but there was no one there. Just the lingering impression on the glass, already fading as the steam dissipated. I dressed with trembling hands and fled the apartment, spending the night on a friend's couch, explaining nothing beyond a vague claim about plumbing issues. I returned the next day, determined to find a rational explanation. I measured every room, marking the dimensions with pencil on the walls. Normal. I checked for hidden passages or signs of intrusion. Nothing. I even set up my phone to record time-lapse video of empty rooms while I was at work. The footage showed nothing unusual, just the gradual shift of shadows as the sun moved across the sky. But the recordings did reveal something strange. Moments when the video seemed to skip, as if frames had been dropped. Technical glitches, I told myself, though I didn't believe it. That night, I woke to a sound I can only describe as the apartment exhaling. A long, slow release of pressure that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The walls appeared to flex outward, just for an instant, before settling back into their rigid geometries. I lay frozen, wondering if I was still dreaming. Then I heard it. Footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. Not the heavy tread of a human intruder, but something lighter, more deliberate. Each step followed by a pause, as if whatever moved out there was listening, calculating. I couldn't bring myself to look. Instead, I pulled the covers over my head like a child, heart hammering so loudly I was certain it could be heard throughout the building. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I heard the faint rustle of fabric or something like fabric against the wood. Then, slowly, the door began to open, though I distinctly remembered locking it before bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to convince myself this was sleep paralysis or some vivid nightmare. But the sound of the door hinges was too real, the rush of cooler air from the hallway too tangible. And then, the weight on the foot of my bed, slight at first, then heavier. Something was sitting there, watching me beneath my pathetic cotton shield. "I know you're awake," it said, in a voice like stones being dragged across concrete. "I've been waiting for you to see me." Couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The thing, whatever it was, shifted its weight on the mattress, moving closer. "This place isn't what you think it is," it continued. "It wasn't built right. The walls don't quite meet where they should. There are gaps." His hand, cold, impossibly cold, touched my ankle through the blanket. I jerked away, finally finding my voice in a strangled cry. "What do you want?" I managed to whisper. "Company," it said simply. "It gets lonely in the hollow spaces." I felt the blanket being slowly pulled away from my face, fighting against every instinct screaming at me to keep my eyes closed. I looked. What I saw wasn't entirely there. A figure composed of shadows and negative space, its edges blurring into the darkness of the room. But its eyes were terribly solid, black, reflective pools that seemed to contain the same wrongness as the apartment itself. Looking into them, I understood that the expanding feeling of the rooms, the disorienting distances, were symptoms of something fundamental being broken in this space. The building wasn't constructed properly, it explained, its voice now sounding like it came from inside my own head. They cut corners, used materials they shouldn't have, built on ground they should have left untouched. And now there are places where this world and others overlap. What are you? I asked. I am what lives in between, it said. And I've been watching you since you arrived. You noticed the spaces that shouldn't be. Most don't. Most ignore the signs until it's too late. Too late for what? Its face, the suggestion of a face in that mass of shifting darkness, came closer to mine. Too late to leave. I felt a pressure around my chest, as if the air itself was constricting. The entity didn't touch me, but I could feel its influence wrapping around me like tendrils of ice. The longer you stay, the more you belong to the in-between, it whispered. I was like you once, a tenant. Now I'm part of the architecture. With those words, it began to sink into the mattress. Not through it, but into it, as if the physical material of my bed was absorbing its form. I scrambled away, pressing myself against the headboard, watching in horror as it disappeared completely. I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as dawn broke, I packed essential belongings and fled to a hotel. From there, I called my landlord and informed him I was breaking my lease, citing structural concerns. He didn't argue, which only confirmed my suspicions that he knew something was wrong with the place. Over the following weeks, I arranged to have movers collect the rest of my things. I never set foot in the apartment again. That should have been the end of it. A terrifying experience, but one I could put behind me. Except I've started to notice something troubling. No matter where I go now, rooms seem slightly larger than they should be. The journey from my bed to my bathroom takes just a fraction longer than it ought to. Mirrors don't quite sync with my movements. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear a voice like grinding stone whisper. There are hollow spaces everywhere, if you know how to find them. I think it followed me, or perhaps it was never confined to that apartment at all. Maybe once you become aware of the hollow spaces, the gaps between what should be and what is, you can never stop seeing them. And whatever lives there, in those impossible geometries, can never stop seeing you. Last night, I woke to find myself not in my new bedroom, but standing in a corridor I didn't recognize. The walls stretched away in both directions, far beyond what should have been possible within my small suburban house. I took a step, and the floor seemed to give slightly beneath my weight, as if I were walking on something less substantial than matter. "Welcome home," said the voice from the darkness ahead. "I'm writing this as a warning. If your apartment ever feels wrong, if distances don't quite add up, if sounds behave strangely, if reflections lag, don't ignore it. Don't tell yourself it's stress or imagination. Leave, and pray that the hollow spaces don't follow you too." The humming started 3 weeks after Gran died. At first, just a subtle vibration through the floorboards. So faint I convinced myself it was the old pipes or the refrigerator working overtime. But last night, the humming formed words. Come down. Come down. I have something to show you. I haven't slept in 37 hours. The doctor says it's grief manifesting as auditory hallucinations. The real estate agent says it's settling foundation. My brother, calling from 2,000 miles away, suggests selling the house as is and moving on. None of them understand that the basement light now turns on by itself, casting long, distorted shadows up the narrow stairwell. This house has been in our family for 4 generations. The fieldstone foundation walls are 18 inches thick and always cold to the touch, even in July. Gran used to say the stones absorbed memories, that the walls remembered every birth, death, and whispered secret. I never believed her until now. The first physical evidence came when I found Gran's jewelry box in the center of my bed, though I'd packed it away in the attic storage. Inside was only her old silver hand mirror, its glass cloudy with age. I touched it and felt a jolt, like static electricity but sharper, hungrier. When I looked into it, my reflection rippled as if underwater, eyes blinking out of sync with my own movements. Perhaps the worst part was the smell that began to permeate the second floor. A sickly sweet perfume Gran never wore in life. It came and went without pattern, sometimes vanishing mid-breath only to return stronger minutes later. I checked for mold, for dead mice, for spilled cosmetics. Found nothing. Last Tuesday, I caught movement in my peripheral vision while showering. A dark silhouette moving behind the plastic curtain. When I yanked it aside, nobody was there, but the bathroom mirror showed condensation marks shaped like handprints, far smaller than my own. I started leaving the television on for company, the cheerful voices of cooking shows and laugh tracks providing feeble protection against the growing silence between the walls. But electronic devices began malfunctioning. The TV would switch channels unprompted, always landing on static. My phone would ring with unknown number, and when answered, I'd hear only my own voice echoed back with a 3-second delay. The neighbors noticed, of course. Mrs. Caldwell from across the street brought casseroles and concerned glances. "You're looking peaky," she said yesterday, eyes tracking the dark circles under mine. "Are you sleeping at all?" Her gaze drifted behind me, into the house, and something in her expression shifted from concern to unease. She hasn't come back. I found Gran's journal tucked between the pages of a family Bible I'd never seen before. The binding was cracked with age, the pages brittle and yellow. Most entries were mundane recipes, appointment reminders, notes about the weather. But toward the back, the handwriting changed, growing jagged and pressed so deeply into the page that some words tore through the paper. "It isn't Edwin. I know that now. Whatever comes upstairs wearing my husband's face isn't him. The eyes are all wrong, like looking into empty wells. Must remember not to let it touch me again. The bruises haven't faded for weeks. Edwin was my grandfather who died before I was born. Gran never remarried. The humming is louder now, a constant drone that vibrates my molars and makes my ears ache. Sleep is impossible. When I do drift off, I jerk awake to find myself in different places. Standing at the basement door, hand on the knob. Crouched in the attic before Gran's old trunk. Once, terrifyingly, outside in the garden at 3 a.m., dirt under my fingernails. I started taking photographs, documenting the house for my own sanity. In most, nothing appears unusual, but in one image of the hallway mirror, a figure stands behind me, blurred and indistinct, but unmistakably wearing Gran's favorite blue dress. When I looked again at the actual mirror, I was alone. Last night, the power went out. No storm, no explanation from the utility company. Just sudden, absolute darkness and the temperature plummeting until I could see my breath clouding in front of me. And then soft, shuffling footsteps climbing the stairs. Not from the first floor, but from the basement. "Come down, come down," the voice hummed. Closer now. I've been so patient. I barricaded my bedroom door with a dresser. Wrapped myself in blankets against the unnatural cold. Through the window, I could see lights in every neighboring house. Only mine was dark. At 3:17 a.m., my phone lit up with a text message. From Gran's number, which hadn't been disconnected yet. "Look in the mirror, love. I need to borrow something." I refused, buried my face in pillows, covered my ears against the humming that now seemed to come from inside my own head. But mirrors are everywhere. Windows turned reflective with night, the screen of a dead phone, a spoon, the surface of water in a glass. And eventually I had to look. The face that stared back was almost mine. Almost. The eyes were Gran's, not as I remembered them, faded blue and cataract clouded, but as they might have been in youth. Bright, alert, hungry. My hands rose to touch my face, but the reflection's hands stayed at its sides. The reflection smiled with my mouth. "There you are," it said, voice an unsettling blend of Gran's wavering tone and my own. "I've been trying to reach you." My tongue felt thick, unresponsive. "What do you want?" "Just a little time," the reflection said. "Just a little light. Mine's gone out, you see, and we're family, we share." I felt it then, a pulling sensation, as if something essential was being drawn out through my pores. The reflection's features sharpened as mine must have blurred. I tried to look away but found I couldn't move. "Don't fight it," my reflection soothed. "I raised your father in this house, watched him bring your mother home, held you as an infant. I've earned this much, haven't I? Just a little borrowed light." The basement door stands open now. The light down there flickers, warm and inviting. My limbs move stiffly, like a marionette with tangled strings. Something else looks out through my eyes. I can feel it, settling into my skin like a hand into a glove, stretching and testing its new vessel. I write this as a warning, though I don't know who will read it. The portion of me that remains is shrinking, compressed into a smaller and smaller corner of consciousness. Soon, I think, I'll be the one humming between the walls. Gran always said this house absorbed memories. What she never mentioned was that it doesn't let them rest. I'm being taken downstairs now. My fingers no longer obey me. They flex and curl with someone else's muscle memory, reach for things with someone else's purpose. My reflection shows an elderly woman's stooped posture imposed over my frame, like two images poorly merged. If you're reading this and the woman who greets you has my face but not my eyes, know this: she isn't me. And if you hear humming from behind the walls, do not, under any circumstance, look into a mirror when she calls, because she's always hungry for more borrowed light. The walls in my new apartment weren't hollow in the way walls should be. I discovered this on my third night, when the scratching started. Not the predictable scurrying of mice or the settling of old timber, but deliberate, measured strokes against the plaster. 3 slow drags, then silence. 3 more, then silence again. A pattern that spoke of purpose, of waiting. I'd chosen this place for its solitude. After Emily's death, the suburbs felt suffocating. Neighbors with their sympathetic casseroles and meaningful glances. The empty nursery we'd painted sunshine yellow. The city apartment was supposed to be my slate wiped clean. 17 floors up, concrete and glass, built just 5 years ago. Nothing old enough to harbor ghosts. That first week, I dismissed the sounds. New buildings settled too. I told myself, running my palm over the unblemished white wall between my bedroom and the neighboring unit. The neighbor I hadn't yet met. The neighbor the building manager had mentioned was rarely there. When I pressed my ear against the wall, the scratching stopped instantly, as if whatever made it was listening back. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford, not with the scratching evolving into a gentle tapping, then soft thuds, then, worst of all, whispers too indistinct to decipher but too rhythmic to be pipes or ventilation. I started sleeping on the couch as far from that wall as possible. The maintenance man found nothing wrong. "Solid construction," he said, knocking his knuckles against the wall in question. "Soundproof, too. Must be carrying from somewhere else." But I knew better. Whatever it was existed in the space where my wall should have been hollow. On the night the power went out across 3 blocks, I huddled under blankets, my phone's battery declining with each passing hour of darkness. The whispers grew bolder in the blackout. They slithered through the drywall, pooling in corners where the shadows seemed thicker than natural darkness allowed. Should have been mine. Words, finally. Clear enough that I jolted upright, the hair on my arms rising. Should have been mine. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It resonated with a hollow timbre that suggested lungs long and used to drawing breath. I fumbled for my phone, illuminating the bedroom. Nothing visible, but the temperature had plummeted. My breath plumed in the artificial light. The wall, that damnable wall, bulged inward slightly, as if something pressed against it from the other side. "There's no one there," I whispered, my voice pathetically small. "The next apartment is empty." A low chuckle emanated from within the wall, and then, not empty, never empty. The building manager's records confirmed what I already suspected. The unit next door had never been leased. It had failed inspection twice, electrical issues they couldn't quite resolve, cold spots the heating system couldn't touch. Superstitious contractors refused to complete repairs after hours. That night, I took a hammer to the wall. I needed to see to know. The first blow sent plaster dust cascading down, and the whispers ceased immediately. The second blow revealed not wooden studs or insulation, but a darkness deeper than the space should allow, extending impossibly backward. The third blow never landed. The hammer fell from my nerveless fingers as a hand, gray-white, unnaturally elongated, with too many joints in the fingers. Reached through the hole I'd made and curled its fingers around the edge, pulling. I ran down 17 flights of stairs because the elevator wouldn't come, my feet barely touching the steps as I fled. Behind me, I swear I heard the tearing of drywall, the collapse of something never meant to be disturbed. In the lobby, the night doorman looked up from his newspaper with mild concern. "Everything all right, Mr. Linden?" Words failed me. How could I explain that something lived in the walls? That it spoke with a voice that knew things, knew about Emily, knew about the baby we lost, knew the guilt that ate at me for being the one who insisted we try one more time despite the risks. "Just needed some air," I managed. His expression shifted subtly. "Seventh tenant in that unit this year," he said, eyes dropping back to his crossword. "Walls too thin for most folks' liking." I slept in my car that night and the next. On the third night, rain drove me back inside. Not to my apartment, but to the building manager's office, demanding answers. "The building isn't 17 years old," she finally admitted after I'd shouted myself hoarse. "It was rebuilt after the fire. They couldn't salvage much, but the foundation." "What fire?" She sighed, sliding a yellowed newspaper clipping across her desk. The headline read, "Psychiatric Facility Blaze Claims 31 Lives." The photo showed a building with the same distinctive arch over the entrance that my apartment building had. "They were trapped," she said quietly. "The ward was locked. Policy at the time. I didn't need to ask where my apartment was situated. I already knew, directly above the isolation rooms, where they kept patients too dangerous or too damaged to mingle with the others. That night, I returned to pack my belongings. The hole in the wall had been repaired, not by maintenance, as the plaster was uneven, amateur. The whispers had stopped, but something worse had taken their place. Silence so absolute it felt like pressure against my eardrums. As I threw clothes into a suitcase, movement caught my eye. A dark stain spreading across the ceiling. Water damage, I thought at first, but it spread too quickly, defying gravity as it crawled down the wall, branching like veins across the plaster. The temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me. The stain reached the repaired section of wall and paused, then seeped through, turning the fresh white plaster coal black. "You made a door," the voice said, no longer confined within the wall. "Came from everywhere at once. Doors work both ways." The lights flickered, then died completely. In the darkness, I felt it. Fingers on my shoulder, too long and too cold, applying gentle pressure, guiding me toward the wall that was never hollow in the right way. "Your guilt called to me," it whispered against my ear. "All that empty space inside you. Room enough for both of us now." I don't remember leaving the apartment. The security footage later showed me walking calmly to the elevator, head tilted at an odd angle, movement stiff as if my limbs weren't quite my own. The doorman nodded as I passed. I didn't nod back. 3 weeks later, I returned to consciousness in a motel 3 states away. The room was covered in my handwriting. Words scrawled on every surface in a script I didn't recognize, repeating the same phrase over and over. "The hollow spaces must be filled." I haven't gone back to my apartment. The building manager emails weekly about the strange noises coming from my unit, about complaints from new neighbors who've moved in next door, neighbors who report scratching in the walls. 3 slow drags, then silence. 3 more, then silence again. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I feel it shifting beneath my skin, stretching in the hollow spaces it found inside me, the cavities carved by grief and guilt. My fingers sometimes move without my permission, tapping out that familiar rhythm against whatever surface is nearest. 3 taps, silence. 3 more, calling to others with hollow spaces of their own. I first heard my dead sister's voice on a recording that shouldn't have existed. The whirring of the ancient tape recorder had become almost meditative as I sorted through the boxes in my childhood home's attic. 3 weeks after Mom's funeral, and I was still finding pieces of our lives I'd thought long vanished. The recorder was tucked beneath a stack of my father's weathered notebooks, his cramped handwriting documenting bird migrations in the wetlands behind our property. Dad had been gone for 12 years, Mom for 21 days, and Ellie had been gone for 27 years, 2 months, and 15 days. I pressed play without thinking, expecting Dad's methodical observations or perhaps one of Mom's half-finished audio letters she used to send me during my college years. The tape hissed, full of the grainy white noise of a recording made on cheap equipment. Then breathing, slow, measured breathing that wasn't mine. "I know you'll find this eventually," came the voice that turned my blood to ice water. "You always were the one who couldn't leave things alone." My fingers went numb. The recorder slipped, clattering against the dusty floorboards but continuing to play. Ellie's voice filling the cramped, hot space beneath the eaves. "They told me you identified my body. I'm sorry you had to see what the river did to me, but I hadn't. I'd been away at soccer camp when Ellie drowned. Mom identified her. I never saw my sister's body, bloated and pale after 3 days trapped against the dam's concrete spillway." I scrambled to retrieve the recorder, fingers trembling so violently I could barely press the stop button. The tape continued to unspool, Ellie's voice rising and falling in that teasing cadence I'd nearly forgotten. "But it wasn't me you saw. It wasn't me they buried. Outside, clouds must have passed over the sun because the attic's single window dimmed. The temperature seemed to plummet despite the August heat bearing down on the roof shingles above me. I pressed my back against a support beam, clutching the recorder to my chest. It was impossible. This tape couldn't exist. Ellie had died when I was 14 and she was 17. The summer before her senior year. Before college applications and graduation and first apartments. I'd never recorded her voice. Our parents hadn't owned recording equipment until years later, when Dad's birdwatching hobby evolved into amateur ornithology. My thumb hovered over the play button. I should have thrown the recorder away. Should have snapped the tape and burned it. Instead, I pressed play. "Look up," Ellie's voice whispered. My eyes dragged unwillingly toward the rafters where the roof peaked. Nothing but cobwebs and dust motes drifting in the wan light. I said, "Look up." A drop of water struck my forehead. Then another. I wiped it away, finding my fingers smeared with something dark. Not water, something viscous and coppery smelling. On the ceiling directly above me, a dark stain was spreading across the plaster. It bulged outward, distending like a blister about to burst. More drops fell, pattering against my upturned face, my shoulders, the cardboard boxes surrounding me. I scrambled backward, knocking over a stack of photo albums. The tape recorder tumbled from my grasp, but Ellie's voice only grew louder without it. "You know what they never found? My necklace. The one with Mom's opal that Dad gave me for my 16th birthday. I was wearing it when I went under. Check your jewelry box. You've had it all this time." I fled the attic, nearly falling down the narrow pull-down stairs in my haste. The voice followed me, no longer confined to the recorder but seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. I slammed the attic entrance closed, leaning against it as my chest heaved with panicked breaths. This was grief playing tricks. The strain of emptying Mom's house, the lack of sleep, the bottles of wine I'd been drinking alone each night as I sorted through the physical remnants of lives I could no longer touch. My old bedroom remained largely untouched since I'd moved away after college. Mom had kept it like a museum to my adolescence, soccer trophies, debate team medals, and framed honor roll certificates still lined the shelves. And there on the dresser sat my jewelry box, the ballerina inside permanently frozen mid-pirouette, her spring long broken. I didn't want to open it. I had to open it. Inside, nestled among friendship bracelets and cheap mood rings, lay a silver chain with an opal pendant. The stone caught the light, flashing blue-green fire that seemed to move independently of my trembling hands. I hadn't stolen my dead sister's necklace. Couldn't have. I'd never seen this piece of jewelry before in my life. But there it was, somehow both foreign and familiar, burning cold against my palm. The lights flickered, once, twice, then darkness descended, though outside the summer sun still shone in a cloudless sky. My bedroom window now looked out onto nothing but impenetrable black, as if the house had been swallowed by a void. "Do you remember what you did?" Ellie's voice came from behind me. "Do you remember why I went to the river that day?" I couldn't turn around. Wouldn't, if I kept my eyes fixed on the necklace, on the hypnotic play of colors within the opal. Perhaps this waking nightmare would pass. "We fought," I whispered, though I couldn't recall any argument. The memories of that day had blurred over the decades into a vague collage of phone calls and police officers and my parents' hollow-eyed shock. "No," said Ellie, her voice suddenly right beside my ear. "You pushed me." Cold fingers brushed the nape of my neck. The scent of river mud and rotting vegetation filled my nostrils. "It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a drowning. It was you." "That's not true," I gasped. But even as I denied it, fractured images began to surface. Ellie shouting, my hands against her shoulders, her look of surprise as she stumbled backward down the embankment, the sickening crack as her head struck a rock before she slipped beneath the current. The necklace in my hand grew unbearably heavy, pulling me downward until my knees hit the floor. Water began seeping in under the bedroom door. Not clean water, but murky, debris-filled river water that carried twigs and leaves and things I couldn't identify across the hardwood. "I've waited so long for you to remember," Ellie said, her voice gurgling now as if spoken through liquid. "For Mom to be gone, for us to be alone together again." I finally turned, unable to resist any longer. She stood in the corner of my childhood bedroom, her once beautiful face now bloated and discolored, her dark hair plastered to her skull, clumps of river weeds tangled in the strands. Water streamed constantly from her clothes, her fingertips, her mouth, forming rivulets that joined the rising flood around my knees. "You'll stay with me now," she said, lips barely moving. "Down where I've been waiting. Down where no one will find you, just like they never really found me." The water rose faster, swirling around my waist, my chest. I tried to stand, but something gripped my ankles. Pale hands emerging from the murky depths, dozens of them, pulling me down. My lungs burned as the flood reached my chin. I tilted my head back, gasping for the last pocket of air as the water touched the ceiling. In the strange, muffled silence beneath the surface, I heard Ellie laugh, the sound distorted and inhuman. Then her cold, swollen hands cupped my face almost tenderly. "You always were the one who couldn't leave things alone," she repeated, drawing me deeper into the impossible ocean that had consumed my mother's house. "But don't worry, you'll have eternity to think about what you've done. I'm still here, sinking ever downward through black water that shouldn't exist within four walls. Sometimes I think I glimpse the bottom, a tangle of silt and bones and waterlogged treasures. Other times, I fear there is no bottom, only endless descent. Every so often, the water clears just enough for me to see my childhood home still intact around me, submerged in this impossible deluge. The furniture floating, the doors drifting open and closed with phantom currents, the staircase leading down into darker depths. I know what waits for me there, in my parents' bedroom, the recorder still playing that impossible tape. And Ellie, always Ellie, with her accusing eyes and outstretched hands, ready to show me the place she's prepared for me, where the pressure crushes and the cold never ends. They'll find this house empty when they come to clear it out. No sign of struggle.
No explanation.
Just another mysterious disappearance to join the folklore of this river town. And perhaps years from now, when someone else moves in, they'll hear strange sounds coming from behind the walls. Not quite footsteps, not quite voices, but something in between. The soft, persistent sound of water dripping. The whisper of a confession no one is left to hear. The first night I slept in my grandmother's house after her funeral, I woke to find all the mirrors covered with bedsheets. Not just draped, but meticulously fastened with thumbtacks, edges tucked tight against the frames. I hadn't done this. I was certain of it. Yet when I tore one down, the small oval mirror in the upstairs hallway, my reflection looked wrong somehow, like my face had been worn by someone else while I slept. I've always been sensitive to atmospheres, not in some mystical way, just perceptive of subtle environmental changes. The way air moves differently through an abandoned building, how silence sounds distinct in places where terrible things have happened. Grandmother's house had its own particular silence, a density that seemed to absorb sound rather than carry it. The floorboards should have creaked. The pipes should have knocked. Instead, the house consumed noise like a hungry thing. I'd inherited the place reluctantly, a sprawling Victorian on the outskirts of town, set back from the road and partially obscured by towering oaks that had grown too close to the foundation. The basement flooded regularly. The attic had developed a persistent black mold. Real estate agents had called it atmospheric, which was their polite way of saying nobody wanted it. Nobody except grandmother, who had lived there alone for 40 years after grandfather died. "You'll come to understand it," she'd said during my last visit, her arthritis gnarled fingers clutching mine with surprising strength. The house has its ways. At the time, I'd attributed her cryptic statements to the morphine. Now, standing in the upstairs hallway at 3:17 a.m. with a fallen bedsheet at my feet and wrong-feeling face, I wasn't so sure. The house had 17 mirrors. I counted them methodically the next morning, finding them in expected places, bathrooms, bedrooms, and unexpected ones. A small rectangular mirror bolted inside a kitchen cabinet, a hand mirror sealed in a plastic bag and tucked beneath the living room sofa, all covered, all hiding something. I should have left them alone, but curiosity has always been my downfall. One by one, I uncovered them, collecting the sheets in a laundry basket. The house seemed to resist this unveiling. Light bulbs flickered as I worked. The temperature dropped precipitously in rooms I had just left. Cold spots formed around my ankles like spectral shackles. By midday, I had uncovered 16 mirrors. Only the enormous ornate mirror in grandmother's bedroom remained draped, and something about its looming presence beneath the fabric made me hesitate. It dominated the wall opposite her four-poster bed, an antique monstrosity of carved wood and gold leaf that stretched nearly from floor to ceiling. I approached it cautiously, the floorboards beneath the faded Persian rug finally offering the creaks that had been absent elsewhere in the house. My fingertips grazed the fabric, and I swear it felt warm, as though something behind it generated heat. The phone rang. In a house this old, the sudden electronic trill felt like an invasion from another century. I startled, grateful for the interruption, and hurried downstairs to answer it. "Hello!" Static crackled through the line, punctuated by what sounded like distant, underwater speech. "Hello!" I repeated. "Who is this?" More static, then a voice. Elderly, female, familiar. Spoke with perfect clarity. "Cover the mirrors, dear. Before sunset." The line went dead. I stood frozen, receiver pressed against my ear long after the dial tone had resumed. Grandmother had been dead for 9 days. Logic told me it was a prank call, or perhaps some crossed line, a coincidental reminder of my grandmother's occasional superstitions. She had, after all, been raised in an era and culture where mirrors were covered during periods of mourning. Maybe I'd done it myself in some grief-stricken fugue state, honoring traditions I'd only peripherally absorbed. But logic felt increasingly irrelevant as evening approached. The house seemed to be preparing for something. The shadows stretched longer than they should have. The air grew thick and staticky, raising the fine hairs on my arms and the back of my neck. I found myself glancing at my uncovered reflections as I moved through the house, relieved each time to see myself, only myself, looking back, until I didn't. It happened in the bathroom mirror first, a subtle lag, as though my reflection were operating on a half-second delay. I waved my hand experimentally and watched as the mirrored hand followed just a fraction too late. I blinked. My reflection blinked after the briefest hesitation. At the kitchen sink, my reflection appeared gaunt, with hollowed cheeks I didn't possess. In the decorative mirror by the front door, a dark shape loomed behind my shoulder, though when I spun around, the entryway was empty. The sun began its descent, long, Amber rays sliced through dusty window panes, illuminating floating particles that seemed to move with deliberate, swirling purpose. I found myself gathering the discarded sheets, revisiting each mirror, covering them with shaking hands. 16 mirrors, covered again. Only the massive mirror in grandmother's bedroom remained, its sheets still pooled on the floor where I'd left it that morning. The room had darkened considerably, though sunset was still perhaps 30 minutes away. I stood in the doorway, suddenly reluctant to cross the threshold. "Don't be ridiculous," I muttered, forcing myself forward. The temperature plummeted as I approached the mirror. My breath clouded before me. The sheet felt impossibly heavy as I lifted it, as though something were pulling against it from the other side. I managed to cover the bottom 2/3 of the mirror before the sheet was wrenched from my grasp. It slithered to the floor like a living thing. In the exposed glass, I saw my grandmother's bedroom reflected with perfect accuracy. The four-poster bed, the heavy curtains, the ornate dresser, with one exception. I wasn't in it. Where I should have been standing was empty space. Yet as I watched, paralyzed, something began to form in that space. A gathering darkness, a coalescing shadow that slowly, horribly, took on a human silhouette. Not my silhouette. It moved as I moved, mimicking my posture, my trembling hands. But it wasn't me. It was something wearing the rough shape of a person, like a child's approximation of the human form, proportions slightly wrong, edges too sharp or too soft in all the wrong places. And then it smiled. I hadn't smiled. Couldn't have. My face was frozen in terror. But the shadow thing's mouthless face split open in a grotesque approximation of joy. I ran. Down the stairs, through the front door, into the yard where the last rays of sunlight still warmed the air. My car keys were inside, my phone too. I had nothing but the clothes I wore. Behind me, the house stood silent, windows like empty eyes watching my retreat. Night fell. I couldn't bring myself to go back inside. Instead, I walked the 3 miles into town and checked into a motel, using the emergency cash I kept in my wallet. The next day, I returned cautiously, arriving at mid-morning when sunlight flooded every corner of the property. The house appeared normal, just an old, somewhat neglected Victorian that needed significant updates. Nothing sinister, nothing supernatural. Yet when I entered, something felt irrevocably changed. Not in the house, but in me, as though some essential part of myself had been left behind in that mirror, replaced with something foreign. The sensation of wrongness clung to me like a second skin. I avoided grandmother's bedroom, focusing instead on gathering essential belongings. I would come back later, I told myself, with friends, with professional cleaners, with whoever necessary to empty the place efficiently so it could be sold. As I packed an overnight bag in my temporary bedroom, movement caught my eye. My own reflection in the dresser mirror I'd recovered yesterday, except the sheet had partially slipped, revealing the upper portion of the glass. In it, I could see myself packing movements identical to my own. But when my reflected self turned to look directly at me, I was still facing the dresser. My reflection smiled, that same wrong, too wide smile. "Thank you for letting me out," it said, its mouth moving while mine remained closed. "Your grandmother kept us apart for so long." I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The sound it made hitting the floor seemed distant, muffled by that strange, absorbing silence that permeated the house. "What are you?" I whispered. "We're family," my reflection answered, voice like mine but hollow, as though speaking through water. "We've always been family. Those with your blood have always had companions. Your grandmother understood. She kept us contained." "Us?" The smile widened impossibly. "We've been waiting, all of us, in every mirror. But now we're free." Horror dawned as I realized what I'd done by uncovering the mirrors. Whatever boundary existed between our world and somewhere else had been maintained by my grandmother's meticulous coverings. In my ignorance, I had breached it. I lunged forward, yanking the sheet back over the mirror. Through the fabric, I heard laughter. My laughter, but not from my throat. I spent that day recovering every mirror, using duct tape instead of thumbtacks, securing the edges with obsessive precision. I found more mirrors than I'd initially counted, tiny reflective surfaces hidden in jewelry boxes, compacts tucked into drawers, a collection of silver serving platters in the china cabinet. By nightfall, I believed I had contained them all. Even the massive mirror in grandmother's room, which I approached wearing a blindfold fashioned from a necktie, feeling my way with outstretched hands until I found the frame, then securing the sheet with strips of tape wrapped entirely around the ornate structure. That night, I slept downstairs on the sofa, lights blazing in every room. I dreamt of dark water, of drowning while something with my face watched from the surface, making no move to help. I woke gasping at 3:17 a.m. The house was dark. Every light I'd left on had been extinguished, and standing at the foot of the sofa was me. Not me, but wearing me imperfectly like an ill-fitting suit. His posture was too straight, its stillness too complete. No breath moved its chest. No pulse visibly thrummed in its throat. "You missed one," it said, voice bubbling as though its lungs were filled with fluid.
No, he whispered.
I covered them all, cocked its head at an angle no human neck should bend to. Water reflects too. My mind raced through the house's anatomy. The bathroom sink, the kitchen faucet, the ancient clawfoot tub, the toilet bowls, the puddles in the perpetually damp basement. The thing wearing my face smiled. "We've been patient for so very long." I scrambled off the sofa, backing away. It didn't pursue me, merely turned its head to track my movement with that same impossible angle. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt, the knob. The door wouldn't open. I yanked harder. Nothing. Behind me, the thing spoke again. "Grandmother said you'd understand the house's ways." She was wrong. I turned slowly. The thing was gone. In its place stood my grandmother, or something approximating her. Her skin hung loosely, like a garment several sizes too large. Her eyes reflected no light. "You should have listened," not grandmother said, her voice a perfect mimicry of the phone call I'd received. "You should have kept us covered." I ran for the kitchen, for the back door. Also locked, also immovable. Through the window above the sink, I could see the yard, the trees, freedom just beyond the glass. I considered breaking it, but something told me the barrier wasn't just physical. That whatever had been contained in the mirrors had spread throughout the house, infecting every reflective surface, every shadow. In the window's dark reflection, I watched myself approach from behind. Not myself, it. When I spun around, nothing was there. Yet in the glass, it continued advancing, lips stretched in that terrible smile. "We need bodies," the reflection said. "Yours will do nicely." Morning found me huddled in the pantry, the only space I could find with no mirrors, no windows, no standing water. I'd spent the night listening to footsteps that circled but never approached, to voices. My voice, grandmother's voice, other voices I didn't recognize, engaged in murmured conversation just beyond the door. Daylight changed nothing. When I finally emerged, the house felt charged with malevolent energy. In every reflective surface, things that weren't me watched with my eyes. Sometimes I glimpsed them peripherally, dark shapes that darted across mirrors just as I entered a room, rippling distortions in the bathroom faucet stream. I tried the doors again, still locked. The windows wouldn't break. The hammer I swung past through the glass as though it were mist, then connected solidly when I tested it against the wall. I was trapped in a house where reflections had substance and reality was increasingly malleable. That's when I found the journal, hidden beneath a floorboard in grandmother's closet, its leather cover worn smooth by handling. Inside, her cramped handwriting detailed generations of my family living with what she called the borrowers. Entities that existed in reflections, that fed on identity, that could, under certain circumstances, cross over. "They cannot create," she had written. "They can only mimic, only borrow. But what they borrow, they corrupt. What they take, they keep." The final entry, dated 3 days before her death, read, "I am tired, so tired of maintaining the barriers, of covering, containing, constraining. They grow stronger as I grow weaker. I have taught my grandchild nothing of this burden, this inheritance. Perhaps that was selfish. Perhaps that was merciful. Either way, it's too late now. They will be waiting when I'm gone. God forgive me. On the third night, I stopped fighting. What alternative did I have? I couldn't escape the house. I couldn't contact anyone outside. The phones were dead. The doors and windows had become permeable in one direction only. Reflections could emerge, but I could not exit. They came for me in grandmother's bedroom. I sat on the edge of her four-poster, facing the great covered mirror. Slowly, deliberately, I removed the sheet. The mirror showed the room exactly as it was, with one difference. In the reflection, hundreds of faces pressed against the glass from the other side. Faces familiar and strange, human and almost human, all with the same hungry expression. "We've waited so long," they said in unison, their voices a discordant chorus. "What do you want?" I asked, though I already knew. "To live," they answered. "To feel. To be." One face moved to the forefront. My face, but wrong in subtle, nauseating ways. It pressed forward until the glass bulged outward like a membrane, stretching, thinning. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I simply watched as the mirror's surface ruptured and my distorted doppelganger stepped through, leaving a tear in reality behind it. Others followed, grandmother, people I didn't recognize, things that only approximated humanity. The first one, my borrowed self, approached and extended its hand. Its skin looked damp, its fingers too long, joints too flexible. "A fair exchange," it said. "You can have the reflection world. We will take this one." "There's nothing fair about it," I replied, but I took its hand anyway. The sensation was indescribable, like being turned inside out and reassembled incorrectly. I felt myself being pulled forward, drawn through the mirror even as my doppelganger solidified in the physical world. We passed each other at the threshold between worlds, and I understood with horrible clarity what was happening. We were trading places. On the other side, the mirror world looked almost identical to the real one, but subtly wrong, colors muted, perspectives slightly skewed. I pressed my hands against the glass, watching as the thing wearing my body smiled at me before turning away. It left the bedroom. Others followed, all those hungry borrowed faces streaming out the door, descending the stairs, spreading throughout the house, and, I knew with certainty, beyond it, into the world. I remained trapped behind the glass, where all the reflections should be, where I now belonged. That was 3 months ago. I've explored this mirror realm, finding it vast and interconnected. All mirrors lead to all others in this place. I've seen glimpses of the real world through countless reflective surfaces. I've seen the thing wearing my life, wearing my identity. I've watched it interact with my friends, my colleagues, none of whom suspect they're speaking to something hollow and hungry beneath borrowed skin. Sometimes, when people look into mirrors, I try to signal them. I mouth warnings. I press my hands against the glass. Occasionally, someone notices a startled expression, a double take, a momentary unease as they sense something wrong in their reflection. But then they turn away. They dismiss it. After all, who believes their reflection might actually be someone else, desperately trying to communicate? If you're reading this somehow, if my words have crossed the barrier, then please, look more carefully at your reflection. Notice the subtle differences, the slight delay in movement, the expression that doesn't quite match your own. And if you inherit an old house someday with mirrors already carefully covered, leave them that way. Some boundaries aren't meant to be broken. Some reflections aren't yours to claim. And sometimes what looks back at you from the mirror isn't you at all. It's me, or others like me, trapped, watching, waiting for someone else to make my mistake. The moment I recognized the smell, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. That cloying sweetness, like overripe fruit mixed with wet soil, had haunted my dreams for 20 years. I froze halfway through unpacking my suitcase, heart thundering so violently I could feel it in my fingertips. The scent wasn't coming from outside the cabin. It was already inside with me. I convinced myself this retreat would help. A month alone in the mountains, finishing my novel while putting distance between myself and the divorce papers waiting for my signature. When the literary agency offered their secluded cabin to writers in need of inspiration, I jumped at the chance. The broker had mentioned something about the previous occupant leaving unexpectedly, but the price was right and I was desperate. Now, standing in the bedroom with that sickly sweet smell filling my nostrils, I understood why. I forced myself to inhale deeply, hoping to identify something mundane. Perhaps remnants of cleaning products or a forgotten fruit. But the scent had already begun to fade, like someone had just closed a door somewhere inside the house. I heard nothing but the distant sound of wind through pine trees and my own unsteady breathing. "You're being ridiculous," I whispered, my voice unnaturally loud in the silence. The cabin was larger than expected. 2 bedrooms, an open kitchen and living area, and a screened-in porch overlooking a steep ravine thick with old-growth forest. Modern amenities had been retrofitted into what was clearly a structure built decades ago. The listing had mentioned it was constructed in the 1930s, though renovated several times since. I finished unpacking, arranging my laptop on the wooden desk beneath the window. Evening was falling quickly, as it does in the mountains, casting long shadows across the floorboards. The cabin creaked as cooling air contracted the ancient timber. Perfectly normal, perfectly explainable, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That first night, I kept every light blazing until exhaustion finally overwhelmed my anxiety around 2 a.m. I awoke at sunrise to find all the lights off. Power outage, I reasoned, though none of the digital clocks needed resetting. I made coffee in the kitchen, my back deliberately turned to the dark hallway leading to the second bedroom. I hadn't ventured inside it yet, though according to the floor plan, it mirrored my own. Something about that closed door made my skin crawl. The writing went surprisingly well that first day. Words flowed effortlessly as rain began to patter against the windows. The steady drumming soothed me, and I lost myself in work for hours. It was only when I stood to stretch, joints popping in protest, that I noticed the rain wasn't hitting the roof evenly. There was a rhythm to it, almost like footsteps pacing back and forth directly above my head. I stared at the ceiling, counting the seconds between each soft impact. 1, 2, 3, 4, turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, turn. The pattern never varied. The cabin was a single-story structure. There was no upstairs, just a narrow crawl space accessible only from outside. Someone, or something, was walking on my roof in the pouring rain. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling so badly I had to try twice to unlock it. No signal. The broker had warned me reception would be spotty, but the cabin had satellite internet. I lunged for my laptop, but the connection icon showed nothing. The footsteps continued their measured pace as daylight faded rapidly behind storm clouds. I huddled on the couch, watching the ceiling, trying to rationalize what I was hearing. Branches scraping against the roof, animals seeking shelter from the storm, wind-driven debris. None of those explanations accounted for the perfect regularity of the sound. After an hour, the footsteps stopped as suddenly as they'd begun. The silence that followed was somehow worse, taut and expectant. I didn't sleep that night either. By morning, exhaustion had dulled my fear. I brewed another pot of coffee, stronger this time, and forced myself to eat despite my churning stomach. The internet was working again. I sent a casual email to the agency, inquiring about the cabin's history and the previous tenant. Their response came quickly. The last writer had left after 3 days, citing personal reasons.
No elaboration.
I considered asking directly about unusual occurrences, but stopped myself. I didn't want to appear unstable, or worse, trigger their memory of something they'd conveniently forgotten to mention. The second day passed quietly, too quietly. No birds sang outside my windows. No insects buzzed in the surrounding woods. Just oppressive silence broken occasionally by the creak of settling wood. I wrote frantically, pushing my novel's protagonist through increasingly nightmarish scenarios. In retrospect, the parallels should have warned me. That night, I dreamt of the second bedroom. In my dream, I approached the door, hand outstretched toward the tarnished brass knob. Just before contact, the door swung inward of its own accord. The room beyond contained nothing but an antique rocking chair facing away from me. It moved gently, as though recently vacated. I woke gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat despite the chill that had settled over the cabin. The digital clock read 3:33 a.m., my breath fogged in front of my face. I could see my surroundings with unusual clarity because light was streaming through my bedroom doorway. I'd left a lamp on in the living room for comfort, except I distinctly remembered turning everything off before bed. From somewhere in the cabin came the sound of wood creaking rhythmically, back and forth, a rocking chair. I lay paralyzed, torn between hiding under the covers like a child and investigating. The rational part of my brain insisted there must be a logical explanation. Perhaps the wind had picked up, causing the house to shift. Perhaps I was still dreaming. The sound stopped abruptly. Silence rushed back in like a physical presence, pressing against my eardrums. Then came a new noise, soft at first, but growing gradually louder. Someone was humming a lullaby. The melody was discordant, notes sliding unnaturally into each other, less a song than a parody of one. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as though the cabin itself were humming. I threw back the covers and fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the room. The beam cut through darkness, revealing nothing unusual, just my scattered clothes and half-empty water glass. The humming continued uninterrupted. Heart hammering, I crept toward my bedroom door. The hallway beyond was dark despite the living room lamp I thought I'd seen. I swept my phone light across the space. Empty. But as the beam passed the closed door of the second bedroom, the humming abruptly ceased. For several seconds, I stood frozen, phone extended before me like a talisman. Then came a soft thump from behind that door, like a hand pressing flat against wood. I retreated to my bedroom, wedging a chair under the doorknob before huddling in bed until dawn. My phone clutched to my chest, though it offered no real protection. When sunlight finally filtered through the curtains, I packed my bags with shaking hands. I was leaving. The novel could wait. But when I tried to start my car, the engine merely clicked. Dead battery. Impossible, the car was less than a year old. I trudged back inside, trying to ignore how easily the front door swung open at my approach, as though welcoming me back. The satellite internet was down again. My phone showed no signal. I was completely isolated. With no immediate way out, I returned to writing. Not my novel, but detailed notes about everything that had happened since my arrival. The act of documenting calmed me somewhat. Words were familiar territory. Words gave shape to formless fears. Around noon, there came a knock at the door. Hope surged through me as I rushed to answer it. The agency must have sent someone to check on me, or perhaps a friendly neighbor had noticed my car troubles. But the porch was empty. The surrounding forest stood silent sentinel, not even a breeze disturbing the pine needles. As I closed the door, something caught my eye. A dark handprint on the outside of the door, as though someone had pressed their palm against it. The print was too large to be mine. When I looked again moments later, it was gone. I spent the remainder of daylight hours searching for my jumper cables, hoping to flag down a passing vehicle on the main road half a mile away. But even that plan was thwarted when I couldn't locate my car keys. I distinctly remembered placing them on the kitchen counter, yet they were nowhere to be found. As afternoon faded into evening, the cabin's interior darkened rapidly. I moved from room to room, turning on every light, only to find bulbs burning out one by one with soft, defeated pops. By nightfall, only the small lamp beside my bed remained functional. That night, the temperature plummeted. My breath hung visible before me as I huddled under every blanket I could find. The heating system hummed but produced no warmth. Ice crystals formed on the inside of my window, spreading in delicate patterns that looked disturbingly like handprints. I must have drifted off despite my terror, because I jerked awake to complete darkness. My bedside lamp had died, but something had woken me. A sound from the hallway. Soft footsteps approaching my door. The chair I'd wedged beneath the knob began to rattle as something pressed against the door. Not forcefully, but with steady, patient pressure. The wood creaked in protest. "Who's there?" I called, my voice cracking. The pressure ceased immediately. Silence stretched for several agonizing heartbeats. Then came a response. Not in words, but in a low, grinding sound of nails dragging slowly down the outside of my door. For distinct lines being carved into the wood, from top to bottom. I scrambled from bed, pressing my back against the far wall, as far from the door as possible. The scratching continued for what felt like hours but might have been minutes. When it finally stopped, I heard something new, whispering, so faint I couldn't make out words, yet somehow I understood a question was being asked. The same question over and over, growing more insistent with each repetition. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When gray light finally seeped through my window, I approached the bedroom door with dread. The chair remained in place, but when I removed it and opened the door, my breath caught in my throat. For deep gouges ran the length of the wood, splintered edges curling outward. No human fingernails could have made marks so deep. I ran my fingers along the grooves, jerking back when a splinter pierced my skin. A drop of blood welled up, falling to the floor where it disappeared into the dark grain of the wood with unsettling speed. I couldn't stay another night. Keys or no keys, battery or no battery, I was leaving. I'd walk the 10 miles to town if necessary. But as I was throwing essentials into my backpack, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The distinct click of a key turning in the front door's lock. The creak of hinges as the door swung open. Footsteps in the entryway. Someone had entered the cabin. I crept to my bedroom doorway, peering down the hall toward the living area. A figure stood with its back to me, perfectly still, silhouetted against the morning light streaming through the front windows. It was roughly human-shaped but somehow wrong, proportions slightly off, head cocked at an impossible angle. And it was dripping, leaving a dark puddle on the hardwood floor. As though sensing my gaze, the figure began to turn. I slammed my bedroom door shut, fumbling to replace the chair. Through the wood came a sound I'll never forget. A wet, bubbling chuckle that no human throat could produce. "I've been waiting for you," said a voice like gravel being crushed. It didn't come from beyond the door, but directly behind me. I whirled around. My bedroom was empty, but the bathroom door now stood ajar, though I was certain I'd left it closed. Darkness yawned beyond, deeper and more absolute than mere absence of light should allow. As I watched, paralyzed, water began to seep from beneath the bathroom door. Not clean water, but something dark and viscous that crawled across the floorboards with deliberate slowness, defying gravity as it began to creep up the wall. A rancid, sweet smell filled the room. That same odor from my first day, now overwhelming. My eyes watered as I backed toward the window, my only remaining escape route. But as I reached for the latch, my reflection appeared in the glass. Except it wasn't my reflection. The face staring back at me had my features but was horribly distorted, skin bloated and discolored, eyes milky white. As I watched, frozen in horror, it pressed its hands against the other side of the glass, leaving dark smears. Its mouth stretched impossibly wide, jaw dislocating like a snake's. The window shattered inward. I don't remember running. I don't remember how I made it through the living room, past that dripping figure that turned to track my movement with a head that rotated too far on its neck. I don't remember finding my keys sitting in plain sight on the coffee table. What I do remember is the cabin door swinging open before I reached it. What I remember is the overwhelming sense of being herded, not prevented from leaving. What I remember is the certainty that whatever dwelled in that cabin wanted me to go, wanted me to tell others what I'd experienced, wanted me to bring others back. My car started on the first try. As I careened down the gravel driveway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The cabin looked serene in the morning light. On the porch stood a figure, different from the dripping entity in the living room. This one was rail-thin, clothed in what appeared to be an old-fashioned nightgown. Its face was obscured by long, dark hair, but I could feel its gaze following me. One emaciated arm raised slowly, fingers unfurling in what might have been a wave goodbye, or perhaps a promise of return. It's been 3 months since I fled that place. The agency claims they have no record of offering me a cabin rental. My divorce is finalized. My novel remains unfinished. Lately, I've developed a persistent cough that produces flecks of what doctors insist is not blood, but something else they can't identify. And every night, in the darkest hours, I wake to the sound of rocking, the smell of sweet decay, and the certainty that I didn't escape at all. Whatever was in that cabin came back with me. Sometimes, from the corner of my eye, I glimpsed something moving in reflective surfaces. Something wearing my face but not quite right. Sometimes my phone rings with calls from an unknown number, and when I answer, I hear nothing but the soft sound of water dripping. Last night, I woke to find my fingers bloody, nails torn. On my bedroom wall were 4 long gouges in the plaster. I don't remember putting them there. I don't remember anything after closing my eyes. But I understand now what that whispering voice was asking, over and over on my final night in the cabin. Do you want to see what's behind the door? I think I'm finally ready to answer yes. The pounding in my ears wouldn't stop. I'd been standing in that darkened hallway for what felt like hours, though my watch insisted it had only been minutes. The renovations to the old theater were supposed to be complete by now, but as I stood alone in that forgotten wing, clipboard clutched to my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the space around me. The air felt too thick, like breathing through wet cotton, and despite the summer heat outside, my breath clouded in front of me. I hadn't meant to be here alone. The contractor had called in sick, and my supervisor had urgent business elsewhere. Being the newest architect on the project meant I got stuck with the final inspection of the East Wing, the oldest part of the building, the section everyone else seemed to avoid without explanation. "Hello," I called out, my voice swallowed by the shadows as if the darkness itself had consumed the sound. The echo I expected never came. Instead, I felt a pressure change, like when you're underwater and dive deeper, that uncomfortable compression in your sinuses and ears. The theater had been shuttered for decades before the city approved its restoration. Built in 1889, it had seen countless performances until a fire in 1931 claimed 27 lives. The East Wing had been sealed off after the tragedy, and according to local lore, the spirits of those who perished remained trapped within its walls. I never believed in ghost stories. Until now, I forced myself to continue down the hallway, running my fingers along the freshly painted walls. The paint felt tacky in places where it should have been dry for weeks. I pulled my hand away, squinting at my fingertips in the dim light from my phone. Not paint, something darker, stickier. I wiped my hand frantically against my jeans and quickened my pace, desperate to finish the inspection and leave. The renovation plans called for new wiring throughout the building, but the lights in this section failed to respond when I flipped the switch. My phone's flashlight would have to suffice. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating particles of dust that hung suspended in the air, unmoving. I swept the light across the ornate molding that lined the ceiling, noticing how the restoration work seemed to deteriorate the further I ventured down the hall. Fresh paint gave way to peeling wallpaper, then to scorched, bubbled patterns that hadn't been touched in nearly a century. A soft scraping sound froze me in place. It was coming from somewhere ahead, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. I told myself it was just the old building settling, or perhaps a small animal that had found its way inside. But the meticulousness of the sound, its deliberate pacing, suggested intention. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. I could see my breath plume before me now, thick and substantial. My phone's battery percentage began to plummet, the device growing ice cold in my palm. "Is someone there?" I called again, immediately regretting it. The words hung in the air like the dust particles, stagnant, unnaturally still. And then, from somewhere I couldn't pinpoint, came a sound like a drawn-out sigh. My rational mind insisted on logical explanations. Air in the old pipes, wind through a crack in the sealed windows, my own anxious breathing. But the primitive part of my brain, the part that knows when we're being watched, screamed in protest. I checked my watch again. The second hand had stopped moving. I tapped the glass face, but the tiny metal arrow remained frozen between the 4 and 5. I pulled out my phone to check the time there instead, but the screen flickered and went black for a moment before coming back to life. When it did, the time displayed was 3:07 a.m. Impossible. I had arrived at the theater just after 2 p.m. The scraping sound grew louder, more insistent. My flashlight beam trembled as my hand began to shake. I forced myself to continue forward, reaching the end of the hall where a heavy wooden door stood slightly ajar. According to the blueprints, this should be the private box overlooking the main stage, box 5, if I remembered correctly. A cold draft escaped through the crack in the door, carrying with it the faint scent of burnt wood and something else. Something cloying and sweet yet underlined with decay, like perfume on a corpse. My fingers hesitated on the tarnished brass handle. Every instinct told me to turn back, to leave this place and never return. But I needed to complete this inspection. My job depended on it. I pushed the door open. The private box was small but ornate, with faded velvet chairs arranged to face the stage below. The balcony railing was intricately carved, depicting scenes of classical mythology, gods and monsters frozen in eternal struggle. But what struck me most was that while the rest of the theater had been modernized and restored, this box appeared untouched by time or renovation. The chair nearest to the railing was occupied, not by a person, at least not in any conventional sense. The space where someone should have been sitting was different. It's hard to explain, even now. It was as if the air itself had condensed, forming a hazy silhouette that seemed to absorb the weak light from my phone rather than reflect it. A void in the shape of a person, leaning forward slightly, as if engrossed in a performance I couldn't see. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I stood paralyzed as the silhouette slowly turned to face me. There were no features, no face to speak of, yet I felt it looking at me, examining me with a terrible, patient curiosity. The air around it seemed to vibrate with a low frequency that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Then it stood. I stumbled backward, my clipboard clattering to the floor. The figure didn't walk so much as flow toward me, its shape undulating like smoke underwater. The temperature plummeted until I could see ice crystals forming on the wooden doorframe. I'm sorry, I stammered, though I didn't know what I was apologizing for. I didn't mean to disturb you. The figure paused, tilting what should have been its head. The gesture was unsettlingly human, a parody of confusion or interest. Then it extended what might have been an arm, reaching for me with fingers that seemed too long, too numerous. I fled. I turned and ran back down the hallway, my phone's flashlight beam bouncing wildly off the walls. The scraping sound returned, now all around me, a cacophony of nails on wood and glass and stone. The sound of many hands clawing at surfaces they couldn't breach. Except now it seemed they could. The wallpaper began to bulge outward in places, as if something behind it was pushing through. The floor beneath my feet grew uneven, boards warping and splitting. I stumbled, catching myself against the wall, only to recoil as I felt it pulse beneath my palm, warm and yielding, like flesh. The hallway seemed longer now, stretching impossibly before me. I ran until my lungs burned, until spots danced in my vision. Behind me, I heard something moving, not footsteps, but a sound like fabric dragging across the floor, growing closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure from the box was following, but it had changed. It was larger now, its silhouette bleeding into the surrounding darkness until I couldn't tell where it ended and the shadows began. And it wasn't alone. Other shapes moved within it, faces pressing against its surface like drowning people against ice, mouths open in silent screams. I recognized some of those faces from the old photographs in the theater's archives, performers and patrons who had perished in the fire almost a century ago. The exit door appeared ahead, a rectangle of normal darkness at the end of this nightmare corridor. I slammed into it with my full weight, expecting it to give way to the summer afternoon outside. It didn't budge. I pushed harder, then began to pound on the solid wood, screaming for help. My fists left smears of that dark, sticky substance on the door's surface. The same substance now dripped from the ceiling in fat, viscous drops. The dragging sound was just behind me now. The air grew so cold that my lungs seized when I tried to breathe. My phone died completely, plunging me into absolute darkness. Except I wasn't alone in that darkness. I felt something brush against the back of my neck. Not a hand, but something that sent electric shocks of wrongness through my body. A voice whispered in my ear, though I couldn't tell if I heard it or felt it reverberate inside my skull. Stay for the performance. The words were spoken in many voices layered atop one another. Men, women, children, all speaking in perfect, terrible unison. I screamed, but no sound escaped my throat. Instead, I tasted ash and smoke. The pressure around me intensified until I thought my eardrums might rupture. Then suddenly it released. The door against which I'd been pressing gave way, and I tumbled forward onto the concrete steps outside the theater. Bright sunlight assaulted my eyes. The summer heat enveloped me like a blanket, shocking after the unnatural cold. I gasped, drawing in lungfuls of warm air as I scrambled away from the building on my hands and knees. A shadow fell across me. I looked up to see my supervisor standing over me, her expression concerned but also annoyed. "There you are. I've been calling you for over an hour. What happened in there? And what's all over your hands?" I looked down at my palms, expecting to see that dark substance. Instead, they were covered in dust and flaking paint. My phone was in my pocket, fully charged. My watch showed 3:45 p.m., less than 2 hours since I'd entered the East Wing. I struggled to my feet, unable to form a coherent explanation. How could I describe what I'd experienced? It would sound like madness. I don't think the East Wing is up to code. I finally managed, my voice hoarse. "There are structural issues." My supervisor sighed. "I figured as much. That section has always been problematic. We'll have to delay the opening." She glanced at the door I just fled through, her expression darkening momentarily. "No one goes back in there until we get a full team to assess it." "Understood." I nodded numbly, unable to look at the building. But as we turned to leave, I couldn't resist one backward glance. There, in the window of what would be Box 5, I saw a silhouette watching us depart. A void in the shape of a person, leaning slightly forward, as if eager for our return. Weeks passed. I requested reassignment to a different project, citing personal reasons. My supervisor didn't argue. In fact, she seemed relieved, though she never said as much. The theater renovation was put on indefinite hold after several workers reported equipment failures and unexplained accidents in the East Wing. I tried to forget what happened, to convince myself it had been some sort of hallucination brought on by stress and the power of suggestion. Old buildings have a way of playing tricks on the mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out of that place. It started with small things, objects not where I'd left them, doors I was certain I'd closed standing open. The temperature in my apartment would drop suddenly, particularly at night. I'd wake to find my breath fogging in the darkness. The digital clock by my bed displaying 3:07 a.m. with uncanny regularity. Sometimes, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. Other times, I'd feel watched while showering, cooking, sleeping. The sensation was strongest in reflective surfaces. Mirrors, windows, the black screen of my television when it was turned off. I avoided looking at my reflection whenever possible, because sometimes, just for a moment, I'd see someone standing behind me. A darker shadow among shadows, featureless yet unmistakably watching. My dreams became progressively more disturbing. In them, I was back in the theater, but it was whole again. No fire damage, no renovation needed. It was packed with audience members, all sitting too still, all facing forward with rigid anticipation. I would find myself on stage, unable to move or speak, as the curtain rose and that same terrible whisper echoed through the auditorium. "Stay for the performance." I'd wake gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, the smell of smoke and that sweet decay perfume lingering in my nostrils. I tried to research the theater's history, hoping to make sense of what was happening to me. The official records were sparse. A fire had indeed claimed 27 lives in 1931, but details were few. Most of the victims had been trapped in the East Wing when the fire broke out backstage during the third act of that night's performance. But there was something else, something barely mentioned in a single newspaper clipping I found in the city archives. Apparently, in the weeks before the fire, several patrons had complained about disturbances during performances. Cold spots, whispers, the feeling of being watched. The theater manager had dismissed their concerns. attributing them to overactive imaginations and the atmospheric nature of the Gothic Revival building. One complaint stood out. A woman had fled from Box 5 during a performance, hysterical, claiming someone unseen had whispered in her ear, inviting her to stay forever. She described feeling as if something was trying to pull her into the walls themselves. The newspaper reported that she was taken to a sanatorium shortly after, her mind fractured by delusion. 2 weeks later, the theater burned. Last night, things escalated. I woke at, unsurprisingly, 3:07 a.m. to find my bedroom door open. I distinctly remembered closing and locking it before going to bed. I lay paralyzed under my covers, listening to something move through my apartment. Not footsteps, but that same dragging sound I'd heard in the theater, accompanied by the faint scrape of nails or claws. My doorknob began to turn slowly. I watched, unable to move or scream, as the door swung wider. The darkness in the hallway beyond was absolute, deeper than any natural shadow. It seemed to pulse with that same low frequency I'd felt in the theater, the vibration that made my teeth ache and vision blur. Something began to emerge from that darkness, not entering the room, but unfolding into it, as if the shadow itself was extending tendrils toward my bed. I could make out multiple shapes within that blackness, pressing forward, their outlines reminiscent of human forms but wrong in subtle, nightmarish ways. Too many joints, too fluid in their movements, too hungry in their advance. My paralysis broke when one of those tendrils brushed against my ankle. I screamed and scrambled backward, pressing myself against the headboard. The light switch was across the room, past the approaching darkness. My phone was on the nightstand, but when I grabbed it, the screen remained black despite my frantic attempts to turn it on. The temperature had dropped so drastically that ice crystals were forming on my windows. I could see my panicked breath pluming before me as I searched desperately for any escape. The shadow continued to advance, and within it, I could see faces. The same faces I'd glimpsed in the theater, pressing against the surface of the darkness like they were trapped behind a membrane. A voice whispered from everywhere and nowhere, "We've been waiting. The performance is about to begin." The darkness reached the edge of my bed. I closed my eyes, certain that whatever had haunted the theater was about to claim me too. I felt something cold brush against my cheek, like fingers composed of freezing mist. The whisper came again, this time directly in my ear. "You belong with us now, in the hollow between heartbeats, where time stands still." I don't remember passing out, but I must have. When I opened my eyes again, sunlight was streaming through my windows. My room was back to normal temperature, my phone working perfectly. There was no sign of what had transpired except for one thing. My bedroom mirror was cracked from top to bottom, the fracture forming a pattern that, if I looked at it from a certain angle, resembled a silhouette. I'm leaving town today, driving as far as I can get. I don't know if distance will matter. Part of me fears that what followed me from the theater isn't bound by physical space. But I have to try. As I write this, I can feel the temperature beginning to drop again. My breath is becoming visible in the air. My watch has stopped at 3:07, though the sun is still high in the sky. And in the corner of my vision, I keep seeing a shadow that shouldn't be there. A void in the shape of a person, leaning slightly forward, as if waiting with terrible patience for the moment when I can no longer run. I know now what haunts that theater. It's not just the spirits of those who died in the fire. It's something older, something that was there long before the theater was built, something that has been collecting souls for centuries. The fire didn't create it, the fire was caused by it. Another performance in its endless, hungry repertoire. And now it wants me for its audience, or perhaps for its cast. If you're reading this, stay away from the old Blackwood Theater on Elm Street, especially the East Wing, especially Box 5. Don't look too long at the shadows there, and if you feel the air grow cold around you, if you hear whispering when no one is near, if you sense something watching you from just beyond the corner of your eye, run. Run before it decides you belong in its collection. Because once it notices you, once it invites you to stay for the performance, it never stops following, never stops watching, never stops waiting for that moment between heartbeats when your guard drops. and the hollow between worlds yawns open. It's here now. The temperature in my room has dropped so low that my fingers are growing numb as I type. My screen keeps flickering, the words distorting. In the reflection of my laptop screen, I can see it standing behind me. No longer a featureless silhouette, but a congregation of faces and forms, all merged into one writhing mass of shadow. It's reaching for me. I can feel its cold touch on the back of my neck. The whispers are growing louder, more insistent. My vision is blurring at the edges, darkness creeping in not from outside but from within, as if my very perception is being consumed. I don't think I'm going to make it out of town. I don't think I'm going to make it out of this room. The performance, it seems, is about to begin, and end of document. I've been staring at the water stain on my ceiling for 3 hours and 17 minutes when it finally begins to move. Not a trick of the light. Not the shifting shadows as clouds pass over the moon. The brownish blotch, the one I've been cursing my upstairs neighbor for since I moved in, is actually crawling across the textured plaster like spilled ink on wet paper. My body won't respond. I'm paralyzed, not with fear, but with something deeper. A primal understanding that movement means acknowledgement, and acknowledgement makes it real. So I keep perfectly still, my breath caught in my throat, as the stain elongates, stretches, and begins to drip. Not downward toward my face as physics would demand, but sideways, defying gravity, seeping toward the far wall. The drops never fall. They hang suspended in the air, trembling slightly. My phone says it's 3:42 a.m. I haven't slept in 4 days. It started with the corridor. The long, narrow hallway connecting the bedroom of my newly rented apartment to the living area had always been too dark, regardless of how many lamps I placed there. The superintendent insisted the wiring was fine when I complained about the lights burning out every few days. "Old building settles in weird ways," he'd mumbled, avoiding eye contact. "Electrical surges happen." I'd nodded, pretending to understand, pretending I hadn't noticed how he never set foot past my doorway, how his eyes kept darting to the end of that hallway. On the 5th night after moving in, I woke to a sound that wasn't quite a sound, more like the memory of one. A soft, sliding noise, as if someone were dragging fingertips along the wall outside my bedroom. I lay frozen, listening, as it moved from one end of the corridor to the other, pausing occasionally before continuing its slow journey. When I finally gathered the courage to check, flicking on every light switch within reach, the hallway stood empty. But the wallpaper, that hideous floral pattern from the 1970s that the landlord refused to update, looked wrong. In the harsh glare of my phone's flashlight, I could have sworn the flowers had shifted position, their stems now pointing toward my bedroom rather than upward. I told myself it was exhaustion from the move, stress from starting the new job, anything rational. But now, watching that water stain move with deliberate purpose, I can no longer deny that something is terribly wrong with this place. As if triggered by my thought, the temperature plummets. My breath clouds in front of my face, and the fine hairs on my arms rise. The digital display of my alarm clock begins to flicker, the numbers scrambling before settling on 3:44, then 3:13, then 2:59. A countdown to something I don't want to reach. A noise from the hallway draws my attention. That same soft, sliding sound. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. Coming closer. My door is closed. I know it's closed because I've taken to triple checking it before bed, along with the windows and the front door. I've developed rituals in the short time I've lived here. Salt lines at the thresholds, lights left on despite the electric bill, sleeping with my back against the wall so nothing can approach from behind. That lot of good it's doing me now. The sound stops just outside my bedroom. The silence that follows is worse than any noise could be. My entire body trembles with the effort of remaining still, sweat beating at my temples despite the frigid air. I want to scream, to run, but some instinct keeps me frozen, an ancient understanding that predators chase what flees. The water stain has reached the wall now, spreading upward and outward into a shape that's almost humanoid. Almost, but not quite. The proportions are wrong, limbs too long, head too small. It reminds me of those shadow people some insomniacs report seeing, only wet, glistening in the faint moonlight filtering through my curtains. A soft thump against my bedroom door makes me flinch. Not a knock, more like something heavy leaning against it. I squeeze my eyes shut, counting backward from 10 the way my therapist taught me for panic attacks. When I reach one, I open them again. The stain on the ceiling is gone. So is the one on the wall. My door, however, is now open a crack. I never heard it open. Cold air seeps through that narrow gap, bringing with it a smell I can only describe as mildew mixed with something metallic, like old pennies left in a damp basement. I should have listened to the barista at the coffee shop down the street. She'd gone pale when I mentioned my new address, her hand freezing mid-transaction as she handed back my change. "Fourth floor?" she'd asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. When I nodded, she'd pushed my money and coffee toward me with unusual haste. "Be careful in that hallway," was all she said before calling the next customer. I should have asked questions. I should have looked up the building's history before signing the too-good-to-be-true lease. But Boston's rental market is brutal, and I was desperate after the breakup with Elaine. The crack in my doorway widens slightly, not pushed by a hand or draft, but as if the door itself is quietly stretching open. My phone lights up beside me, a text message. At almost 4 a.m., with shaking fingers, I reach for it, grateful for any connection to the normal world. It's from an unknown number. They always take the fourth-floor tenants first. A violent shudder runs through me. As if triggered by my movement, the door swings fully open, revealing the hallway beyond. The corridor that should be there, that ugly wallpaper, the cheap sconce lights I installed myself, the framed concert posters, is gone. Instead, there's a much longer passage stretching far beyond where my living room should be. The walls are covered in what looks like black mold, glistening wet in the dim light. The floor has been replaced by uneven wooden planks that seem to shift and breathe. And at the far end, barely visible, stands a figure. I can't make out features from this distance. Just a silhouette, unnaturally tall and thin, swaying slightly as if standing requires enormous effort, or as if it's hanging from something I can't see. My throat closes up. I try to swallow but can't. My eyes burn from staring, from not blinking, afraid of what might change in that millisecond of darkness. The figure takes a step forward. The floorboard beneath it groans. A sound too loud, too anguished to be mere wood. I swear I hear a voice in that groan, a word that might be help or run or soon. My phone buzzes again. Same unknown number. Don't look at its face. As if it can read the message too, the figure begins moving toward me, its gait uneven, jerky, like someone learning to use limbs for the first time. Each step produces that awful groan from the floorboards, and I realize with mounting horror that the hallway is getting shorter. Not because the figure is walking faster, but because the corridor itself is contracting, the far wall rushing toward me as space compresses impossibly. I need to close the door. I need to get up, cross the room, and shut out whatever's coming. But my body still won't respond properly. My limbs feel waterlogged, distant, as if I'm trying to move through gelatin. With tremendous effort, I manage to swing my legs over the side of the bed. My bare feet touch the floor, and I recoil instantly. The wood is wet, ice cold, and seems to pulse beneath my soles. But there's no time to process this new horror because the figure is halfway down the hall now, its movements becoming more fluid with each step. I lunge for the door, nearly falling as my equilibrium shifts wildly. Grabbing the edge, I throw my weight backward, slamming it shut with enough force to rattle the hinges. My trembling hands fumble with the lock before I remember, with sickening clarity, that there isn't one. The original door had a deadbolt, but it broke my first week, and maintenance hasn't fixed it despite my increasingly desperate requests. A sob escapes me as I back away, eyes fixed on the thin line of shadow visible beneath the door. I fumble behind me for something, anything to barricade it with. My fingers close around the metal base of my bedside lamp. I yank it free from the outlet, the sudden darkness causing my heart to skip several beats. The shadow beneath the door stops moving. For one blessed moment, I think perhaps it's gone away. Perhaps closing the door was enough. Perhaps a soft tapping begins. Not on the door, but on the window behind me. I spin around, lamp clutched like a weapon, to see what looks like black raindrops hitting the glass. Except they're moving upward, defying gravity just like the water stain had. They crawl up the outside of my fourth-story window, leaving glistening trails behind them. They begin to form letters.
L-T-M-E-I-N.
The tapping grows more insistent, and I realize with dawning comprehension that each drop is a fingertip. Dozens of them, pressing against the glass with increasing urgency. My back hits the wall as I try to retreat from both the door and window. I slide down to a sitting position, lamp still brandished before me like a talisman. The smart move would be to run out the door through the apartment to the building exit. But some primal part of me knows with absolute certainty that the hallway I saw isn't connected to anything resembling an exit. That it doesn't lead anywhere human anymore. My phone lights up again. Fourth floor, fourth hour, fourth tenant. With trembling fingers, I open my photos and scroll back to the ones I took when touring the apartment. In them, the hallway is normal, short, ugly, but definitely ending in my small living room. Nothing like the elongated passage I just saw. But there's something else. Something I didn't notice before. In the background of one photo, reflected in the decorative mirror the previous tenant left behind, there's a figure standing in the doorway to the fourth room, the small office I use for storage. It's blurry, indistinct, but unmistakably person-shaped despite its impossibly elongated proportions. The tapping at my window stops abruptly. In the sudden silence, I can hear my own ragged breathing, the pounding of my heart. Then, a new sound, water dripping. I look up to see the ceiling beginning to bulge downward, a dark stain spreading across it once more, but larger this time, covering nearly half the surface. Water, or something like it, begins to seep through, gathering into a large droplet that hangs impossibly, defying physics. My phone buzzes one last time. They always come through the ceiling. As if on cue, the bulge tears open. But what pours through isn't water. A hand emerges, bone-white and impossibly long-fingered. It gropes blindly for a moment before finding purchase on the edge of the tear. Another hand follows, then arms that unfold like slender branches, too jointed, too flexible. The creature pulls itself through with terrible patience, its body contorting in ways that human anatomy should not allow. I try to scream, but no sound emerges. My vocal cords are frozen along with the rest of me as the thing extracts itself from the ceiling, hanging suspended over my bed. Its head is last to emerge, a featureless oval with indentations where eyes should be, skin pulled taut like wet paper over an ill-formed skull. It hangs there for a moment, swaying gently as if suspended by invisible threads, water or something darker dripping from its emaciated form. Then its head swivels toward me with a wet, crackling sound. The indentations on its face deepen, tear, become holes. Not eyes, mouths. Multiple small mouths that begin to whisper in overlapping voices. Fourth floor, fourth hour, fourth tenant. We've been so alone, so very alone. The creature drops to my bed with a heavy thud that belies its skeletal appearance. The mattress sags beneath its weight as it crouches there, head cocked at an impossible angle. Its limbs bend backward, then forward, as it reorients itself toward me. You hear us in the walls. It whispers, voice like water trickling through pipes. You see us in the corners of your vision. You feel us when you think you're alone. It begins to unfold itself again, stretching to its full height, at least 7 feet, its head brushing the ceiling, body unnaturally thin. One elongated hand reaches toward me, fingers splayed. We were here before. It continues, the multiple mouths moving out of sync with the words. Before the building, before the city, this was our place first. My back is pressed so hard against the wall that I can feel the uneven texture of the plaster digging into my spine. I still clutch the lamp, but my arms have gone numb, useless. The others, it says, taking a step toward me, floorboards groaning beneath its weight. They didn't listen when we whispered. They tried to leave, to escape. Another step. It's only a few feet away now, close enough that I can see the mouths aren't just on its face. They cover its body, opening and closing in silent screams beneath the thin membrane of its skin. But there is no leaving the corridor. Once you see it, you belong to it. To us. My phone buzzes one final time. With a quick glance, the fastest I dare take my eyes off the creature. I see a message that chills me more than anything else. I'm so sorry. I had to pass it to someone else. That's the only way to survive. Find the next tenant. Understanding crashes over me like ice water. The barista's warning. The superintendent's refusal to enter. The too good rent price. This entity has been here all along. Passed from tenant to tenant like a curse. The creature's hand is inches from my face now, those elongated fingers trembling with anticipation. You'll join the others, it whispers. In the walls, in the ceiling, in the spaces between spaces. But first, you must invite the next one. My voice returns suddenly, breaking free from paralysis. Who are you? I manage to rasp. The creature tilts its head at an angle that snaps something in its neck with an audible crack. It doesn't seem to notice or care. We are what remains, it answers. The forgotten, the abandoned, the ones who died alone in dark places. His fingers brush my cheek, cold, wet, leaving trails like slugs. I gag at the touch, at the smell that emanates from it. That same mildewed, metallic odor, but stronger now. Overwhelming. We are Legion. It continues, multiple voices overlapping now, coming from all directions. From the walls, the ceiling, the floor beneath me. And now you'll help us grow. With surprising strength, it grabs my wrist, yanking me forward. My phone clatters to the floor as I'm dragged toward the door, which swings open of its own accord to reveal that impossible hallway again. But it's changed. The walls are now lined with faces, human faces pressed against the surface as if trapped behind thin membranes. Their mouths move silently, eyes wide with eternal panic. I recognize the woman from apartment 4C who disappeared last month. The college student from 4A who reportedly transferred mid-semester. See them? The creature asks, forcing me to look. They thought they could leave too, but no one leaves the fourth floor. Not really. With each step we take into the corridor, the passage grows longer. The end seems miles away now, a pinpoint of darkness that radiates cold. I struggle against its grip, but my strength is nothing compared to its unnatural power. My bare feet scrape against the moaning floorboards as I'm pulled deeper into the corridor. Don't fight, it whispers, its voice almost gentle now. Fighting makes it worse. Ask them. It gestures to the faces in the walls, their features contorting in silent warnings. We reach a door I don't recognize. Old, heavy wood with strange symbols carved into its surface. It swings open at our approach, revealing not a room but a vertical shaft leading downward. The smell that rises from it is overwhelming. That same mildewed, metallic scent, but mixed with decay and something sulfurous. Your new home, the creature says, until you find someone to take your place. Understanding crashes over me in sickening waves. The text messages weren't warnings from some good Samaritan. They were from the previous tenant, the one who escaped by luring me here. As the creature pushes me toward the threshold, I make one final, desperate move. With strength born of pure terror, I twist in its grip and swing the lamp I've somehow managed to keep hold of. The heavy base connects with the creature's head with a sound like wet cardboard tearing. It releases me, stumbling backward with a shriek that seems to come from everywhere at once. The faces in the walls echo it, their silent screams becoming audible for one terrible moment before fading to whimpers. I run, not toward the creature, not toward that awful door, but sideways through what should be a solid wall. My shoulder hits the surface with bruising force, but instead of stopping me, the wall gives way like rotten fabric. I tumble through darkness, falling, spinning. The creature's enraged howls following me as reality tears around me. I land hard on familiar carpet, my living room floor, the normal living room, with its secondhand furniture and moving boxes I still haven't unpacked. Gasping, I scramble to my feet and race for the front door, fumbling with locks and chains with shaking hands. The lights flicker overhead. The temperature drops. Behind me, I hear the soft, sliding sound start up again. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, coming from the direction of the hallway. Finally, the door opens and I burst into the hallway outside my apartment. The building's hallway, normal and solid with its ugly patterned carpet and emergency exit signs. I run for the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, nearly falling in my haste to reach the ground floor. The night guard looks up in alarm as I crash into the lobby, barefoot and wild-eyed. The 4th floor, I gasp, pointing upward with a trembling hand. There's something. Whoa, easy there, he says, standing slowly. Bad dream. No. In my apartment, the ceiling, the hallway. The words tumble out incoherently. I'm aware of how I must look, how I must sound. But I don't care. We need to call someone. The police. An exorcist. Something. The guard studies me for a long moment, his expression shifting from concern to something else. Something knowing. 4th floor, huh? He says quietly. Which unit? For D, I manage to say. I just moved in last week. He nods slowly, then reaches under the desk and pulls out a form. You'll want to fill out an official complaint. For the records. He slides it toward me along with a pen. And you'll need a new place to stay tonight, I'm guessing? I nod frantically. There's a motel about 6 blocks east, he says, his voice carefully neutral. The Night Owl. Tell them Marco sent you. They know the drill. Know the drill. The words echo in my head as I stare at him. This has happened before. It's not a question, but he answers anyway. 4th floor. Every building has its quirks. He won't meet my eyes now. Fill out the form. Take it to management in the morning. They'll sort something out. My hands shake so badly I can barely write, but I manage to scrawl my name and unit number on the paper. As I push it back toward him, my phone buzzes in my pocket. Unknown number. Did you escape? Before I can decide whether to respond, another message appears. It doesn't matter. It finds everyone eventually. The corridor always leads back to the 4th floor. I look up sharply at the guard. My things. Leave them, he says firmly. Nothing in that apartment is worth it. Trust me. As I stumble toward the exit, he calls after me. When you get to the motel, don't sleep near any walls. And whatever you do, don't look up at the ceiling. Outside, the night air hits me like a physical force. Clean, cold, real. I gulp it down, trying to flush the memory of that mildewed, metallic smell from my lungs. The street is empty at this hour, streetlights casting pools of yellow that seem too weak against the darkness between them. I begin walking east, constantly fighting the urge to look over my shoulder. My phone remains clutched in my hand, screen periodically lighting up with new messages. It knows where you're going. The Night Owl isn't safe either. We tried to warn the others too. The final message comes just as the motel's neon sign appears in the distance. Look up. Against every instinct, I do. The night sky above Boston should be mostly empty of stars, washed out by city lights. Instead, I see what looks like a vast ceiling stretching from horizon to horizon, covered in a familiar brown stain that moves, shifts, forms almost recognizable patterns before dissolving again. And in that moment, I understand the terrible truth. There is no escape. The corridor isn't just in my apartment. It's everywhere, between walls, above ceilings, beneath floors. A space that exists alongside our reality but separate from it. And once you've seen it, really seen it, it never stops watching you. I check into the Night Owl with the last of my cash. The clerk barely glances at me, sliding a key across the counter without comment. Room 4, of course. As I enter, I immediately scan the ceiling. Clean, no stains. The walls are solid, covered in faded wallpaper with no faces pressing through. The room smells of cheap detergent and cigarettes, unpleasant, but blessedly normal. I push the single bed to the center of the room, as far from the walls as possible. I leave all the lights on, though I know now that darkness isn't what I should fear. I sit cross-legged on the mattress, determined to stay awake, to stay vigilant. But 4 days without sleep has taken its toll. Despite my terror, despite the adrenaline still coursing through my system, my eyelids grow heavy. My head nods forward. I jerk awake sometime later to the sound of something soft and sliding. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. The wallpaper ripples like the surface of water disturbed by something moving beneath it. The ceiling begins to bulge downward, and my phone lights up one final time. Welcome to the corridor. It's everywhere now, and it's only a matter of time before you become part of the walls too. I know now why the previous tenant sent those messages. Not as warnings, but as lures. Each person trapped in the corridor can only escape by finding someone to take their place. And I, in my blind panic, running to the motel suggested by the night guard, who must also be part of this terrible chain, have stepped willingly into the trap. As the ceiling tear opens and familiar bone-white fingers emerge, I find myself reaching for my phone. There must be someone in my contacts, someone I could warn, someone I could direct to a fourth-floor apartment, a motel room, anywhere the corridor might open for them. Anyone to take my place. God help me, I understand now. I understand completely. They always take the fourth-floor tenants first. The headaches started 3 weeks after I moved into the lighthouse keeper's cottage. Not ordinary headaches. These were crawling, visceral sensations that began at the base of my skull and radiated upward, as if something were burrowing through the soft tissue of my brain. I'd been warned about the isolation, about the constant moaning of wind through the rocky peninsula, about the salt-laden air that would corrode everything it touched. But no one had mentioned the pressure, the feeling of being observed. I came here to finish my doctoral thesis, Maritime Tragedies of the Northwestern Coast, 1873 to 1912, after my academic advisor suggested I immerse myself in the historical setting. 6 months alone in a renovated lighthouse keeper's cottage seemed perfect. Remote enough to focus, yet civilized enough with its updated amenities. The Historical Society had been thrilled to have a resident scholar, practically giving me the place for free in exchange for minor maintenance and a promised acknowledgement in my thesis. Tonight makes the 32nd consecutive night I've been unable to sleep past 3:17 a.m. The exact time I know without checking my phone, because the grandfather clock in the sitting room always stops at that moment, requiring me to reset the pendulum each morning. The property manager mentioned it was temperamental, something about the sea air affecting the mechanism. But he never explained why it always stopped at the same precise minute. The wind presses against the eastern windows now, a constant, plaintive moan that rises and falls like human breath. Rain lashes the glass in irregular bursts that don't match the wind patterns, almost as if something is flinging handfuls of water against my bedroom window deliberately. I pull the quilt tighter around my shoulders. My laptop's glow the only illumination in the room. I've taken to writing at night, documenting the strange occurrences in a separate file I've labeled Atmospheric Notes, ostensibly for descriptive passages in my thesis. A sharp crack from downstairs sends me bolt upright, heart hammering against my ribs. Another break in the pattern. The noises usually begin as subtle scratches inside the walls, gradually building to thuds and knocks over the course of an hour. Never an immediate, decisive sound like that. Just the house settling. I whisper, my voice sounding foreign and thin in the dense air. The cottage is over 100 years old. Old houses make noise. Rational explanations exist for everything I've experienced, except perhaps for the breathing. Sometimes, when I'm working at my desk or cooking in the kitchen, I'll feel a warm exhale against the nape of my neck. By the time I spin around, there's nothing, just the lingering sensation of having been touched and the faint, briny scent that doesn't quite match the clean ocean air outside. I should leave the bedroom and investigate the sound. That's what a rational person would do. Instead, I find myself reaching for my digital recorder, another research tool repurposed for my growing obsession with the cottage's acoustics. I press record and speak softly. November 18th, 3:21 a.m. Loud cracking sound from the ground floor, possibly the sitting room. Unlike the usual progression of noises. Weather conditions: heavy rain, strong easterly wind. As if responding to my documentation, 3 distinct knocks sound directly above my head. I freeze, recorder still running. There is no attic access in this section of the cottage. Above me is nothing but the sloped ceiling and the roof. The knocks repeat, more insistent. 1, 2, 3. My voice catches. There's someone walking on the roof, but even as I say it, I know that's impossible. The roof pitch is too steep for anyone to walk there, and in this weather, they'd slide right off into the churning sea below. The lighthouse itself is separate from the cottage, accessible only by an external path that I've kept locked. The recorder continues to run as I sit paralyzed in bed. The room temperature plummets suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, though the heating system hums steadily through the vents. Something is different tonight. Whatever has been testing the boundaries, making its presence known in gradual ways, is done with patience. I force myself to stand, legs trembling beneath my flannel pajama pants. The ancient floorboards creak under my weight, a normal sound that now seems conspiratorial, as if the house itself is communicating with whatever walks above. I need to see the clock, need to confirm what time it is. The journey from bedroom to sitting room is only 14 steps down the narrow hallway. I've counted them repeatedly during my nights here, a private ritual that offers the illusion of control. Tonight, it takes 23 steps to reach the sitting room door. I count each one aloud, growing more frantic as the numbers climb beyond what's possible in the confined space. The sitting room, when I finally reach it, is wrong. The dimensions have stretched somehow, the ceiling higher, the walls farther apart than the cottage's structure should allow. The grandfather clock stands in its usual corner, but the pendulum swings with frantic energy, far faster than its mechanism should permit. The hands are stuck at 3:17, yet the pendulum moves as if racing against time itself. In the center of the room, water pools on the hardwood floor, not from any window or door. It seeps upward through the floorboards, dark and oily in the dim light. It doesn't flow outward as water should. Instead, it gathers in a perfect circle, deepening rather than spreading. My recorder is still clutched in my white-knuckled hand. The room is wrong. I whisper into it. The dimensions aren't right. There's water coming through the floor. As if hearing my documentation, the pool of water stills completely, becoming a perfect black mirror that reflects nothing. Not the ceiling above, not the trembling figure I know I present. The temperature drops further until my teeth chatter uncontrollably. From the pool rises the smell. That same briny scent I've detected for weeks, but stronger now, mixed with something else. Something rotten and ancient, like the decomposing hold of a long-sunken ship. I should run. Every instinct screams for flight, but my doctoral researcher's mind still grasps for a rational explanation, still believes there must be some logical cause I can identify, analyze, document. That academic detachment shatters when a hand, pale, bloated, and glistening wet, reaches up through the black pool. It's physically impossible. The floor beneath is solid wood atop a stone foundation. There is no space for a human body, no water source save the distant sea outside. Yet the hand emerges, followed by a wrist mottled with dark bruising, then a forearm wearing the tattered remains of what might once have been a uniform sleeve. I stumble backward, colliding with the bookcase where I've arranged my research materials. My thesis notes scatter, pages fluttering around me like panicked birds. The digital recorder falls from my grip, skittering across the floor toward the impossible pool. The hand lunges for it with unnatural speed, long fingers closing around the device. Then it retreats, dragging my recorder down into the blackness that cannot exist. The pool ripples once, twice, then goes completely still again before beginning to recede. The water drains downward, leaving not even a damp spot on the floorboards as evidence of what I've witnessed. In the sudden silence, the grandfather clock gives a single, definitive chime, though its hands still point to 3:17. I flee back to my bedroom, slamming the door and wedging a chair beneath the handle. My laptop glows where I left it on the bed, the screen now displaying my thesis document, though I'm certain I had been working in a different file. The text has scrolled to a section about the wreck of the lighthouse supply vessel Meridian in 1897, and a paragraph I don't remember writing is highlighted. The lighthouse keeper, Harold Thorne, reported hearing cries from the water for weeks following the wreck, though no survivors were ever found. His logs detail increasingly disturbed sleep patterns and claims of visitation before his disappearance on November 19th. The official record lists him as having abandoned his post, though his personal belongings remained in the cottage. Tomorrow is November 19th. The realization hits me like physical blow. I lunge for my phone, desperate to call someone, anyone. But the screen shows no service, just as it has each night since the headaches began. During daylight, I can sometimes get a single bar by walking to the edge of the cliff, but now, in the howling darkness, I am completely cut off. I consider making a run for my car, parked up the gravel drive. But the storm outside has intensified, and something tells me the path would stretch impossibly just as the hallway did. 14 steps becoming 23, a quarter-mile drive becoming an endless road leading nowhere. Instead, I begin to pack, shoving clothes haphazardly into my duffel bag, gathering my computer and research materials. I'll leave at first light, disappearance of the previous lighthouse keeper be damned. My academic reputation isn't worth whatever is happening here. As I stuff my belongings into bags, my fingers brush against something cold and wet in my sweater drawer. I recoil, then force myself to look. There, nestled among my neatly folded clothes, sits my digital recorder, the same one I just watched being dragged into an impossible pool of water. With shaking hands, I press play. The recording begins with my voice. November 18th, 3:21 a.m. Loud cracking sound from the ground floor. My documented observations play back normally until the moment I described the water on the floor. Then my voice cuts out, replaced by the sound of rushing water and something else. A wet, labored breathing punctuated by words I can barely make out. I increase the volume, pressing the device closer to my ear despite every instinct screaming not to listen. Found you. The voice is waterlogged, bubbling as if speaking through liquid. Keep her now. A violent pounding shakes my bedroom door, the chair juddering against the handle. It's not the measured, testing knocks from before. This is frenzied, desperate. The sound of someone determined to get in at any cost. I back away until I hit the wall beneath the window. Rain lashes the glass behind me, driven by wind that no longer sounds natural. It forms words now, a chanting rhythm that matches the pounding on my door. Keeper, keeper, keeper. The door splinters, the chair skidding across the floor. But there's nothing visible on the other side, just the dark hallway and the sound of dripping water. Water begins to seep under the door, not flowing with gravity but crawling up the walls with purpose, spreading across the ceiling until it completely surrounds me. My breath comes in shallow gasps as the damp patch above my head darkens, bulging downward. The digital recorder in my hand continues to play the waterlogged voice, now perfectly clear despite the chaos around me. Every lighthouse needs a keeper. The light must never go out. You'll learn. I'll teach you. We have eternity now. The ceiling gives way, releasing not broken plaster and wood but a torrent of seawater, carrying with it the unmistakable forms of human bodies, bloated, blue-tinged, still wearing the tattered uniforms of a ship's crew long lost to the sea. As the water rushes in, defying all physics to flow upward and around me rather than down, I understand with sudden, horrible clarity. The headaches, the breathing on my neck, the clock always stopping at 3:17. The previous keeper didn't abandon his post. He became part of it, absorbed by whatever entity guards this peninsula, this lighthouse, this boundary between land and sea where the dead crew of the Meridian still seeks harbor. The water surrounds me completely now, yet impossibly, I can still breathe, still think, still feel the cold, grasping hands that pull at my clothes, my hair, my skin, not to drown me, but to transform me. The light must never go out. The voices chorus around me, inside me. Against my will, I feel my body turning, pulled by forces I cannot resist, toward the window that now frames a perfect view of the lighthouse. This beam has gone dark. My legs move without my permission, carrying me through the water that parts like a curtain. The bedroom door is whole again, the hallway beyond now the proper 14 steps. Everything appears normal except for the trail of seawater I leave with each footstep and the translucent figures that flank me on either side, guiding me toward the lighthouse. I pass through the sitting room where the grandfather clock now reads 3:18. Its pendulum finally moved forward after 32 frozen nights. The front door opens on its own, the storm outside calming to an unnatural stillness as I walk the path to the lighthouse. The key is suddenly in my hand, though I never kept it on my person. The property manager had given it to me, just in case of emergency inspections. But I'd locked it in my desk drawer, having no interest in the defunct structure that now served only as a historical landmark, its light mechanism long ago replaced by an automated beacon. I climb the spiral staircase, higher and higher, the steps slick with seawater and crusted salt. The dead crew of the Meridian follows, their waterlogged footsteps echoing behind me. At the top, the light chamber awaits, but the modern beacon has vanished, replaced by an ancient Fresnel lens mechanism that couldn't possibly exist in the renovated structure. Light the lamp, the chorus urges. Become the keeper. My hands move mechanically, filling the lamp with oil that materializes beside me, trimming a wick that appears between my fingers. When I strike the match, a wooden one from an era long past, the flame catches with supernatural intensity, magnified by the lens into a beam that cuts through the darkness outside. As the light rotates, illuminating the churning seas below, I feel the presence of Harold Thorne beside me. Not a ghost exactly, but a consciousness merged with whatever entity has claimed this place. I sense his relief at my arrival, his release from a duty held far too long. Through the glass, I watch a massive wave building in the distance, carrying with it the dark shape of a ship that cannot exist in this century. The vessel struggles against the swell, turning desperately toward the light I've ignited, the false hope I now provide. I understand my role with perfect, terrible clarity. I am not here to warn ships away from danger. I am here to draw them in, to feed whatever hungers beneath these waters, to provide it with new souls for its collection. I try to douse the light, to break the lens, to run back down the stairs, but my body no longer obeys my commands. I am merely the vessel now, the human form needed to maintain the illusion for those at sea seeking safe harbor. The light must never go out. I hear myself say, my voice blending with the chorus of the drowned. Outside, the ship turns fully toward shore, sailing eagerly toward the waiting rocks. I will stand here night after night, lighting the way for ships that will never reach shore safely. I will feel each death, each terrified final moment as the vessels shatter and sink. I will welcome each new soul into our collection. And someday, when another curious scholar comes seeking solitude in the keeper's cottage, I will be the pressure at the base of their skull, the breath on the nape of their neck, the hand reaching up through impossible water. For I am the keeper now, and the light must never go out. In my more lucid moments, brief windows of clarity that come only during the brightest hours of day, I wonder if anyone has noticed my absence yet. My advisor expects only monthly progress reports, and I've automated them to send from my laptop regardless of my input. The Historical Society won't check on the property until spring. By then, there will be nothing to find except my neatly packed thesis materials, my car parked in the drive, perhaps a half-written note about heading into town for supplies. The perfect mystery of a person who walked away from their life without explanation. No one will search the lighthouse itself. No one will climb the spiral stairs to find the ancient mechanism that cannot exist. No one will see me standing at the top, night after night, tending a light that beckons rather than warns. No one will hear the voices in the walls, counting the days until the next keeper arrives. No one will notice when the grandfather clock begins to stop at exactly 3:17 a.m., night after night, waiting for the cycle to begin again. Because every lighthouse needs a keeper, and the light must never go out. The antique pocket watch hasn't ticked in over a century, yet somehow I hear it. A soft, persistent rhythm that seems to emanate not from the tarnished silver case in my palm, but from somewhere deeper within the walls of this forgotten museum archive. I should never have agreed to catalog these artifacts alone. The basement storage facility of the Blackwood Historical Society wasn't my first choice for a winter project. But when Dr. Winters offered me the temporary curator position, the desperation in my bank account spoke louder than my instincts. 3 months sorting through uncatalogued donations, organizing a century's worth of forgotten objects from the town's oldest families. It seemed straightforward enough. Just document everything, he had said, keys jingling as he handed them over. The board wants a complete inventory by spring. Nobody's properly organized this collection in decades. I remember how his eyes had avoided mine when I asked why the previous curator had left so abruptly. Family emergency, he'd muttered, then checked his watch and hurried off, mentioning something about the building's peculiar heating system and the antiquated fuse box. Now, 7 hours into my first day, I understand his haste. The building has quirks. The overhead lights buzz incessantly before settling into a sickly yellow glow. The radiators clank and shudder but produce precious little warmth. And despite the sealed windows and the heavy door at the top of the stairs, drafts seem to find me wherever I work, chilling the back of my neck with mathematical precision. I set the pocket watch down beside my laptop, making a note of its inscription, Tempus neminem mene, time waits for no one, a common enough sentiment, but the letters have been carved with such irregular pressure that they appear almost frantic, as if the engraver's hand had trembled with each stroke. The shelves around me are dense with boxed artifacts, clothing, journals, photographs, household items, all donated by Blackwood's founding families. I've barely made a dent in the inventory, and already I've found dozens of objects with disturbing histories attached via yellowed index cards. A child's doll missing its eyes, allegedly found clutched in the arms of a fever victim. A set of dining cutlery recovered from a house fire that killed an entire family. A music box that supposedly played itself the night its owner drowned. Local folklore, I tell myself. Every small town dramatizes its history. Yet each time I handle these objects, my skin prickles with gooseflesh. It's just the cold and the solitude playing tricks on my mind. Nothing more. I reach for the next box on my list, a collection of personal effects belonging to someone named Eleanor Blackwood, dated 1887. The cardboard is soft with age, its corners frayed and discolored. Inside, wrapped in crumbling tissue paper, I find a silver hairbrush with strands of dark hair still tangled in the bristles, a leather-bound journal with a small brass lock, and a black velvet pouch. The pouch yields a heavy iron key, large and ornate in the old-fashioned way. I turn it over in my hand, examining the ornate bow and the complex teeth of its bit. There's no tag indicating what lock it once opened. As I set it down beside the watch, I notice something peculiar. The key is cold, unnaturally so, as if it had been stored in a freezer rather than a dusty box. My fingertips tingle unpleasantly where they touch the metal. A staccato tap-tap-tap draws my attention to the far corner of the basement. Probably just a pipe, I reason, but the sound has an intentional quality that makes me pause. Tap-tap-tap, pause, tap-tap-tap, like someone seeking attention. When I turn back to my work, the watch has shifted position, no longer parallel to my laptop but angled toward the source of the tapping. You're being ridiculous, I mutter to myself, but my voice sounds thin and unconvincing in the stagnant air. I open Eleanor's journal next, intending to photograph each page for the digital archive. The lock, rusted with age, falls open at my touch. The first few pages contain mundane observations about weather and social calls, written in a precise, slanting hand. But as I continue, the entries grow increasingly disturbed. April 17th, 1887. Follows me from room to room. I hear its footsteps mirror mine, stopping when I stop, resuming when I move. Mother insists it's only the house settling, but houses don't breathe. Houses don't watch. April 23rd, 1887. Found scratches inside my wardrobe today, long vertical marks as if made by fingernails. Williams suggested mice, but no rodent could reach so high. The scratches spell something if viewed from certain angles. I dare not write what I think it says. May 2nd, 1887. It knows I've seen it now. No longer hides in peripheries or reflections. stands at the foot of my bed each night, a dark figure with too many angles. Father has called for Dr. Reynolds. They believe I'm suffering from nervous exhaustion. They don't look in the corners of rooms like I do. They don't see how the shadows bend wrong. I close the journal with trembling hands. The museum's climate control system hums to life overhead, pushing air through the vents with a low, guttural moan. But instead of warming the room, the temperature seems to plummet. My breath clouds in front of my face. The tapping has stopped, but now there's a new sound. A slow, deliberate drag across the concrete floor, like something heavy being pulled inch by inch. It's coming from behind a tall metal shelving unit stacked with banker's boxes. I strain my eyes but can see nothing in the shadowy gap between the shelf and the wall. "Hello!" I call out, surprising myself with my own boldness. Is someone there? The dragging stops. The silence that follows is worse somehow, expectant, charged. I wait, ears straining, heart hammering against my ribs. 10 seconds, 20, 30. Then, a whisper so close to my ear that I feel the cold breath on my skin. "Eleanor." I jerk back violently, sending my chair clattering to the floor. There's no one there. Nothing but empty air and the lifeless shelves of artifacts. The overhead lights flicker once, twice, then stabilize. My legs carry me to the stairs before conscious thought catches up. I fumble with the light switch for the stairwell, but nothing happens. The bulb must be burned out. I'll have to climb in darkness. As my foot touches the first step, my phone chimes with an incoming email. The sudden normality of the sound steadies me slightly. It's from Dr. Winters. "Forgot to mention, Building Super says there's been some electrical issues. If lights go out, breaker box is in storage room B, northwest corner. Do not use candles near the archives under any circumstances. Previous fire damage significant." Fire damage? The Historical Society brochure mentioned nothing about a fire. I turn back to look at my workspace. The watch, the key, and the journal lay where I left them. Moonlight slants through the high basement windows, casting long rectangles of silver blue across the floor. Nothing moves. Nothing whispers. I could leave, should leave, but abandoning my work on the first day would hardly make a good impression. And what would I tell Dr. Winters? That I was spooked by an old diary and some strange noises in a century-old building? Perhaps I just need coffee. A break. I'd spotted a staff kitchenette on my initial tour. Decision made, I carefully right my overturned chair and make my way toward the doorway, keeping my back to the walls. The corridor outside the main archive room is dimly lit by emergency lights that cast more shadows than illumination. The kitchenette is 2 doors down, sandwiched between a maintenance closet and what appeared to be a small research library. I flick on the kitchenette light and nearly sob with relief at the utterly mundane scene. A cheap coffee maker, a microwave with yellowed plastic, a mini fridge humming industriously in the corner. The normalcy is comforting. I busy myself making coffee, focusing on the mechanical motions. Water in the reservoir, filter in the basket, grounds measured precisely. As the coffee begins to brew, its rich aroma temporarily overwhelming the musty smell of the basement. I lean against the counter and try to rationalize my experience. Old buildings make noises. Heating systems create odd drafts. An overactive imagination fueled by isolation and gothic surroundings explains the whisper I thought I heard. There's nothing supernatural happening. The coffee maker gurgles and hisses as it completes its cycle. I pour the steaming liquid into a chipped mug I find in the cabinet, not bothering with cream or sugar. The bitter warmth is fortifying. I take a long sip and allow myself to relax marginally. That's when I notice the photographs on the bulletin board beside the refrigerator. Staff pictures, it seems. Recent ones, judging by the modern clothing and digital photo quality. My eyes scan over unfamiliar faces until I find one labeled Head Curator in neat handwriting. The mug slips from my grasp, shattering against the linoleum. Coffee splashes across my shoes, but I barely register the heat. The woman in the photograph is identical to the portrait of Eleanor Blackwood that I discovered among her personal effects. Not similar, identical. The same sharp cheekbones, the same severe center part in her dark hair, the same penetrating gaze. Even the high-collared blouse she wears seems anachronistic, like a costume from another century. Below her picture, the nameplate reads, Dr. Eleanor Williams, Head Curator, 2019 present. Impossible. The cold that sweeps through me now has nothing to do with the building's erratic heating system. My mind races to make connections that can't possibly exist. A descendant, perhaps. A remarkable family resemblance. I'm so absorbed in the photograph that at first I don't register the soft click of the kitchenette door closing behind me. When I spin around, the small room is empty, but the door is indeed shut now. I don't remember closing it. The light above me begins to flicker, pulsing in an arrhythmic pattern that somehow suggests intention rather than electrical failure. In the momentary darkness between flashes, I could swear I see a figure reflected in the small window set into the door, a woman in an old-fashioned dress, her face obscured by shadow. I lunge for the door handle, desperate to escape the suddenly claustrophobic space. The metal is ice-cold against my palm, and it refuses to turn. Locked. We're stuck. I rattle it frantically, calling out for help, though I know no one will hear me. The flickering intensifies, and with each pulse of darkness, the figure in the reflection grows more distinct. She's moving closer to the door. To me, between one flicker and the next, my eyes catch something written on the glass. Words that appear and disappear with each fluctuation of the light. Fogged letters, as if traced by a finger on condensation. Tempus neminem mene, the same inscription from the pocket watch. Time waits for no one. With a final, violent flash, the bulb bursts overhead, showering the room with tiny glass fragments. In the sudden darkness, I feel rather than see movement. Something circling me, a coldness that passes through rather than around my body. The air grows dense, difficult to breathe, as if the oxygen is being systematically removed. My phone. I fumble in my pocket, fingers clumsy with fear. The screen illuminates, casting a ghostly blue glow across the kitchenette. No service, of course, but the flashlight function still works. I activate it with trembling fingers and aim the beam at the door. The glass is covered in condensation now, dripping with moisture that can't be explained in this dry basement. And in that condensation, more words have appeared. You have my things. The beam of light passes through the door window and illuminates the corridor beyond. Standing there, not 3 feet away, is a woman. The woman from the photograph, from the portrait. Her skin has the pallor of old ivory, her eyes sunk in dark hollows. Her dress, which I now see is a curator's uniform from another era, is charred and blackened along the hem. She doesn't speak, doesn't move, just stares with an intensity that makes my blood congeal in my veins. Slowly, deliberately, she raises her hand and presses her palm against the other side of the glass. The window fogs around her touch, spreading outward like frost. I back away until I hit the opposite wall, my light never leaving her figure. "What do you want?" I manage to whisper. Her lips move, but the sound seems to come from everywhere at once. The walls, the floor, inside my own head. My collection. You're disturbing my collection. The artifacts, I'm just cataloging them. For the museum. Her head tilts at an angle that stretches the anatomical possibilities of the human neck. Not the museum's collection. Mine. The realization hits me with nauseating clarity. The personal effects I was sorting, they weren't donations to the Historical Society. They were trophies, collected items, from people who... The objects belong to people who died here, I whisper. In the fire. Her mouth stretches into something approximating a smile, revealing teeth blackened as if by smoke. Not just fire. So many interesting ways to add to a collection. The door handle begins to turn, slowly, the mechanism groaning with resistance. I press myself harder against the wall, as if I could somehow pass through it. The light on my phone flickers and dims, battery suddenly draining. In my panic, a strange clarity emerges. Eleanor Blackwood hadn't been haunted in 1887. She had been the one doing the haunting, and now, under the name Eleanor Williams, she had continued her collection into the modern era. How many curators before me had discovered her secret? How many had become part of her collection themselves? The door swings open with a prolonged creak. In the dying light of my phone, I see her standing in the threshold, more solid than any living person has a right to be. Behind her, floating in the darkened corridor, are more figures, indistinct shapes with human outlines. Silent watchers, her previous acquisitions. "I've been waiting for a new curator," she says, her voice like sandpaper on stone. The collection always needs fresh perspectives. My phone light fails completely, plunging us into absolute darkness. I feel her cold hand close around my wrist, her grip paradoxically both insubstantial and unbreakable. The chill of her touch spreads up my arm, numbing everything it encounters. "You'll help me catalog for eternity," she whispers, her lips suddenly at my ear. "Time waits for no one, but we have an exception. We have all the time in the world down here." I want to scream, but my voice seems frozen in my throat. I want to run, but my legs no longer respond to my commands. All I can do is watch as she draws me toward the door, toward the shadowy figures waiting beyond. The pocket watch I'd left on the table begins to tick. I hear it clearly despite the distance, despite the impossibility. Each metallic click reverberates through the basement like a countdown. As she pulls me over the threshold, I glimpse my reflection in the glass of the door. My face looks back at me, but there's something wrong with my eyes. They're dark, hollow, like those of the figures floating behind Eleanor. I'm already becoming like them, another piece in her collection. The last thing I see before the darkness takes me completely is the antique key from Eleanor's possessions, now somehow hanging around my neck on a black ribbon I don't remember placing there. In some distant part of my fading consciousness, I understand its purpose. Not to lock things out, but to lock things in. To lock me in. Now I stand among the shelves of the Blackwood Historical Society archives, watching as the new curator arrives for their first day. They look nervous but determined as they set their bag down on the same table where I once placed my laptop. I want to warn them, want to scream that they should run, that this isn't just a job cataloging dead people's possessions, that soon they'll become a possession themselves. But Eleanor keeps us silent, her hold on us absolute. All I can do is follow the rules of her collection. Watch, wait, and whisper when permitted. Tap 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 on pipes when instructed. Stand at the foot of beds in the curator's apartment upstairs. Write warnings in condensation that will be attributed to drafts and old heating systems. The new curator finds the pocket watch first, just as I did. They turn it over, reading the inscription with furrowed brows. Tempus neminem mene. Time waits for no one, except here in Eleanor's collection, where time is the only thing we have. An eternity of witnessing new curators discover what I learned too late. Some artifacts collect you. As the lights flicker overhead, I take my position behind the shelving unit. Eleanor has given me my instructions. Tonight, I will be the one to whisper the new curator's name. I will be the one to lock the kitchenette door. I will be the one to guide another soul into our growing collection. After all, I'm part of the museum now. Just another curator doing their job. Forever. I first saw it in the steam on my bathroom mirror. A shape that wasn't mine, lingering just a fraction too long when I moved away. 3 weeks into living alone, and already my mind was playing tricks. That's what I told myself. Anyway, as I wiped the glass clean with my palm, leaving streaky trails through the condensation. But mirrors don't lie. Not most of the time. The apartment had come cheap, suspiciously so for downtown. The real estate agent had spoken quickly when showing me around, her heels clicking with nervous energy across the hardwood floors. I should have recognized the warning signs. The way her eyes darted to the corners of rooms, how she rushed me through the master bedroom with its oddly proportioned walls, how she never quite explained why the previous tenant had left so abruptly. "It's a steal," she'd said, not meeting my eyes. "The owner just wants someone in here." That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I realized what had been bothering me about the place. It didn't quite make sense architecturally. The rooms seemed slightly too small for the building's exterior dimensions. There were spaces unaccounted for, as if the walls had been built thicker than necessary, creating hollow pockets between my apartment and the neighbors. I drifted off to sleep with this puzzle turning in my mind, my dreams filled with the sensation of being watched through tiny holes I couldn't see. I woke to the sound of scratching, not the familiar scratch of tree branches against windows or the scurrying of mice in walls. This was deliberate, methodical. Scratch, pause, scratch, pause, like fingernails testing the density of the plaster. I lay frozen, my breath shallow, eyes fixed on the darkest corner of my bedroom where the sound seemed to originate. The digital clock cast a sickly green glow. 3:17 a.m. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it felt like pressure against my eardrums. Then came a soft thud from inside the wall, as if something had shifted position. "Hello!" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the darkness. No response came, but the air changed, became heavier, charged with a presence I couldn't see. The room temperature plummeted so quickly that my next exhale formed a visible cloud. I pulled the covers tight around my shoulders, heart hammering against my ribs. It's just the heating system, I reasoned. Old buildings make strange noises. But as I lay there, a new sensation crept over me. The unmistakable feeling of breath on the back of my neck. Warm, moist air, rhythmically pulsing against my skin. I was facing the wall. There was nothing behind me but the empty room. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare. The apartment looked normal in daylight, cramped but charming, with high ceilings and original moldings. I went about my day, unpacking boxes and arranging furniture, trying to make the space feel like mine. In the afternoon, I decided to hang some pictures. The walls were blank canvases begging for decoration. I selected a spot in the living room, marked it with pencil, and began to hammer a nail into the plaster. The first tap sent a hollow echo reverberating through the wall, expected in an old building. The second tap produced something else entirely, a high-pitched sound, almost like a whimper. I stepped back, hammer suspended in midair. Silence returned, but different now, expectant, like the pause between lightning and thunder. I pressed my ear against the wall, holding my breath. Nothing. Cautiously, I tapped the hammer once more. This time, the response was immediate. A sharp rap from inside the wall, precisely mirroring my own. I dropped the hammer, its clatter against the hardwood impossibly loud in the stillness that followed. Cold sweat beaded along my hairline as I backed away from the wall. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Water pipes, settling foundation, the neighbor's television. But I knew somehow that none of these were true. That night, I researched the building's history online. Constructed in 1931, it had gone through multiple renovations and purpose changes, first apartments, then offices during the 1960s, back to residential in the 1980s. Nothing sinister appeared in its past. No tragic deaths or disappearances that would explain what I was experiencing. The closest I found was a small newspaper clipping from 1973 mentioning a disturbance that had required police intervention, but details were sparse. I was closing my laptop when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then stabilized. The sudden dimming sent shadows dancing across the walls, momentarily transforming the familiar contours of my furniture into crouched, waiting figures. I blinked, and they returned to normal, but the unease remained, crawling across my skin like static electricity. That's when I noticed the smell. Subtle at first, then increasingly impossible to ignore. Damp earth and something coppery, like old pennies or blood. It seemed to emanate from the baseboards, seeping into the room like a low-lying fog. I checked the kitchen sink, the bathroom drains, the windows. Nothing explained it. I tried opening a window to clear the air, but the latch was stuck. I pulled harder, and suddenly it gave way with a sharp crack. As the window swung open, a gust of wind rushed into the apartment, carrying with it a sound that might have been distant weeping. The smell disappeared as quickly as it had come. Sleep became my enemy. Each night, I would drift off only to be jolted awake by noises that defied explanation. The drag of furniture across the floor when nothing had moved, whispered conversations that ceased the moment I became fully conscious, the distinctive sound of fingernails tapping on glass coming from mirrors that reflected empty rooms. I began to notice other things too. My possessions weren't where I had left them. A coffee mug migrated from kitchen to bathroom overnight. A pair of shoes I'd placed neatly by the front door appeared in the bathtub, filled with water. My toothbrush, damp when I hadn't used it. Most disturbing were the photographs. I'd finally hung some pictures, family photos mostly, a few landscapes from travels. Each morning, I would find one slightly altered. Not in any obvious way that I could immediately identify, but wrong nonetheless. It took me days to realize what was happening. In each photo, the background figures were slowly moving closer to the foreground, their features becoming subtly distorted, eyes gradually turning to look directly at the camera. I took them all down, stuffed them in a drawer. The apartment itself seemed to be changing too. Doorways appeared narrower, ceilings lower. The walls had a subtle pulse to them, as if breathing. I would measure a room one day, then find it had shrunk by inches the next. The spaces that didn't add up, those hollow areas between walls, seemed to be growing, consuming the livable areas bit by bit. One night, I woke to find my bed had moved. Not just slightly, but completely, from the center of the room to pressed against the wall that had been giving me so much trouble. I was certain I hadn't moved it. The heavy frame would have been impossible to shift in my sleep. As I lay there, heart pounding, I felt it, a gentle pressure against my back, coming through the wall itself. Not a physical push, but a presence making itself known. The plaster behind me felt warm, almost feverish, contrasting sharply with the cold air of the bedroom. I placed my palm flat against the wall. The material yielded slightly beneath my touch, soft like flesh. I recoiled, scrambling out of bed and across the room. From this distance, the wall appeared normal again. Just paint and plaster, solid and inanimate. But I knew better now. I wasn't living with a ghost. I was living inside one. The realization didn't bring clarity or resolution, only deeper terror. If the building itself was the entity, where could I go? The thought of leaving crossed my mind hourly, but something always stopped me. Each time I approached the front door with packed bags, a wave of dizziness would overcome me, or the lights would extinguish completely, or the floor would seem to tilt beneath my feet. It wanted me to stay. I tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy. I went to work, interacted with colleagues, came home. But the barrier between my two realities was thinning. I began seeing things at the office, shadows that moved independently of their owners, reflections that didn't match their sources. I caught my boss staring at me once. Her face momentarily transformed into something gaunt and hungry before returning to normal when I blinked. Was the entity following me, or was my mind fracturing under the strain? Sleep deprivation didn't help. On the rare occasions I managed to close my eyes for more than minutes at a time, my dreams were invaded by visions of narrow passages hidden within walls, of crawl spaces filled with discarded belongings from previous tenants, of faces pressed against the inside of mirrors, silently screaming. I began talking to it, the presence in the apartment, at first hesitantly, then with increasing desperation as the manifestations intensified. "What do you want?" I would ask the empty rooms. "Why me?" The responses were never in words, but in escalations. The day after I first spoke aloud to it, I found all the water in the apartment had turned rusty brown. When I asked again, more forcefully, every light bulb exploded simultaneously, leaving me in darkness for hours until I could replace them. It was communicating, but in a language I couldn't fully comprehend. Then came the night I found the door. I'd been living in the apartment for nearly 2 months. Sleep had become such a rare commodity that I moved through life in a haze, the boundaries between wakefulness and dreaming increasingly blurred. It was during one of these twilight states, not quite asleep but far from alert, that I noticed a change in my bedroom. The problematic wall, the one that never felt quite right, had developed a hairline crack running from floor to ceiling. In the dim glow of my bedside lamp, the crack appeared to pulse slightly, widening and narrowing like a breathing lung. I approached it cautiously, running my fingers along its length. The plaster felt moist, almost membranous. When I pressed against it, the crack widened further, revealing darkness beyond. Not the darkness of an unlit neighboring apartment, but something deeper, more absolute. Without fully understanding why, I began to pick at the edges of the crack, peeling away pieces of wall. The material came away easily, too easily, like dead skin sloughing off. Behind it was not wooden studs or insulation, but a smooth, tunnel-like passage that shouldn't have existed given the building's architecture. Logic told me to stop, to call the building manager or the police. But logic had long since ceased to govern my actions in this place. I widened the hole until it was large enough to squeeze through, then retrieved my phone to use as a flashlight. The passage beyond was narrow but navigable, forcing me to hunch slightly as I moved forward. The walls had an organic quality, not quite wet but not completely dry either, with a subtle give when touched. They seemed to absorb the light from my phone rather than reflect it, limiting visibility to just a few feet ahead. The air grew thicker as I advanced, carrying that now familiar scent of earth and copper, mixed with something new. A musty, antique smell like old books or forgotten attics. The passage turned sharply left, then right, creating a disorienting path that couldn't possibly fit within the building's actual dimensions. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to suspend in that lightless corridor, minutes stretching into potential hours. The only constant was the soft squelch of my footsteps and the increasingly labored sound of my breathing. Eventually, the passage widened into a small chamber. My phone's light revealed walls covered in what I first took to be unusual wallpaper, an intricate pattern of swirls and interconnected lines. It took several seconds for my brain to process what I was actually seeing. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of names scratched into the surface. Some appeared decades old, others fresher, but all carved with what must have been desperate fingernails or improvised tools. Previous tenants, all of them. In the center of the room stood an antique full-length mirror, its ornate frame tarnished with age. It seemed wildly out of place in this hidden chamber, clearly valuable despite its neglected condition. I approached it cautiously, raising my phone to better illuminate its surface. The reflection that greeted me wasn't my own. A figure stood where my reflection should have been, gaunt, pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to recede into infinite darkness. It wore clothes from another era, styled in a fashion I recognized from the building's earliest days. Though its features were different from mine in every way, it mimicked my movements perfectly, raising its hand when I raised mine, tilting its head in precise synchronization. I froze, and it froze too. We studied each other across that impossible divide, me and this thing that was pretending to be a reflection. Its lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I found myself leaning closer, straining to understand. That was my mistake. Its hand shot forward, breaking the plane of the mirror, fingers elongating impossibly as they reached for my face. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone. In the brief moment before it clattered to the ground, its light caught the thing's expression. A hungry, desperate need that chilled me more than any ghostly appearance could have. I ran, blindly feeling my way back through the passage, heart threatening to burst from my chest. Behind me, I heard movement, the wet sound of something large dragging itself forward with unnatural speed. The air pressure changed, becoming so thick it was like trying to run underwater. I don't remember reaching my bedroom, don't recall exiting the passage. My next clear memory is of standing in my kitchen at dawn, clothes soaked with sweat, a deep scratch running the length of my forearm that I had no recollection of receiving. The wall in my bedroom was intact. No crack, no passage, no evidence of my nocturnal exploration. But I knew it had been real. The scratch proved that much. After that night, the apartment's hostility intensified. Faucets turned themselves on, flooding the bathroom while I slept. Electrical outlets sparked dangerously when I tried to use them. The refrigerator alternated between freezing everything solid and allowing food to rot within hours. More disturbing were the voices, whispers that seemed to emanate from the heating vents, speaking words just below the threshold of comprehension. Sometimes they sounded pleading, other times threatening. I began to distinguish individual voices among the chorus. A woman whose sobs punctuated the pre-dawn hours, a man whose angry muttering filled the afternoons, a child whose singing came only on Sundays. Previous tenants, I assumed, souls somehow trapped within the building's fabric. Or perhaps just manifestations of my increasingly fragile mental state. Sleep became almost impossible. Each time I drifted off, I would jerk awake with the sensation of hands pressing against my chest, restricting my breathing. I took to sleeping in short bursts on the living room couch, never allowing myself to fall too deeply unconscious. During one of these half-waking states, I noticed a darkening in the corner of the ceiling, a spreading stain that grew as I watched. It moved with purpose, extending tendrils down the wall like seeking fingers. The plaster bulged outward in places, as if something behind it was pushing to get through. I must have fallen asleep despite my terror, because I woke to find the stain gone, replaced by a perfect circle of moisture about the size of a dinner plate. As I stared, a single drop fell from its center, landing on the floor with an audible splat. The liquid was thick, dark, with the metallic scent of blood. I packed a bag that morning, determined to leave regardless of the consequences. Whatever dizziness or disorientation the apartment might inflict couldn't be worse than staying. I made it as far as the building's lobby before my vision tunneled and my legs gave way. I woke hours later back in my bed, my packed bag emptied. Its contents returned to their proper places throughout the apartment. The building wouldn't let me leave. That night, I tried again, this time making it to the street before collapsing. Again, I woke in my bed. The third attempt ended before I even reached my apartment door, my body betraying me as some external force took control. I was a prisoner, but not in the traditional sense. My cage was alive, aware, and it had plans for me that I was only beginning to understand. The final night in that place, I call it the final night, though I have no proof it was my last, began like the others. Restless pacing, futile attempts at sleep, the constant awareness of being watched by unseen eyes. But something had changed in me. Resignation had replaced fear, a dangerous acceptance that whatever was happening was beyond my control. This surrender must have been what it was waiting for. Just past midnight, every surface in the apartment began to vibrate slightly, emitting a low hum that I felt in my bones more than heard. The air grew thick with that coppery scent, so potent now that I could taste it on my tongue. The lights dimmed to an amber glow despite the switches remaining in the on position. The wall, that problematic wall that had never felt right, began to change before my eyes. Its surface rippled like water disturbed by a thrown stone. The ripples expanded, contracted, then stilled as a vertical line appeared down its center. The line widened, revealing darkness beyond, but not the passage I had discovered before. This was something else entirely. The opening resembled nothing so much as eyelids parting, revealing a pupil of absolute blackness. I stood transfixed as the eye focused on me, the darkness within it shifting slightly, acknowledging my presence. From this opening came a voice, not the whispers I had grown accustomed to, but something clear and distinct. It spoke my name, using vocal cords that were never meant for human speech, the sound broken and wet. "We have waited," it said, each word causing the walls around me to pulse slightly. "So many before you, but none quite right." I found myself moving closer, drawn by some force outside my control. The eye widened further as I approached, revealing not just darkness but a space beyond. A vast chamber that couldn't possibly exist within the physical constraints of the building. "What do you want from me?" I asked, surprised by the steadiness of my voice. "To join," it replied. "To become." The hollow spaces need filling. Understanding dawned with sickening clarity. The names in that hidden chamber, the previous tenants who had disappeared, they hadn't left. They had been absorbed, becoming part of the entity that was the building itself. The faces I had glimpsed in mirrors, the voices from the vents, the presence that watched me through the walls. All former inhabitants whose consciousness remained trapped within the structure. And now it wanted me to join them. As if responding to my realization, the opening in the wall expanded further, revealing what lay beyond. I saw them then, Dozens of figures suspended in that impossible space, their bodies partially merged with the organic material of the walls. Some were recent, their features still recognizably human. Others had been there longer, their forms distorted and stretched, becoming indistinguishable from the building itself. They reached for me with limbs that were no longer fully arms, their movements sluggish as if moving through thick liquid. Their eyes, those that still had distinguishable eyes, fixed on me with a mixture of hunger and pleading. The room temperature plummeted as the opening grew larger still, now the size of a doorway. The amber lights flickered wildly, casting the suspended figures in strobing illumination that made their movements appear jerky and unnatural. The hum increased in pitch and volume until it became a physical pressure against my eardrums. I backed away, finally breaking whatever spell had held me in place. My retreat seemed to anger the entity. The floor beneath me buckled, nearly causing me to lose my footing. The walls began to contract, the ceiling lowering inch by inch. The apartment was shrinking around me, trying to force me toward that terrible opening. In desperation, I lunged for the front door, expecting the now familiar dizziness to overtake me. Instead, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head, the distinct sensation of fingers tangling in my hair, trying to pull me backward. I twisted free, feeling strands tear from my scalp, and yanked the door open. The hallway beyond was wrong, stretched and distorted like an image in a funhouse mirror. The distance to the stairs, normally just a few yards, appeared to extend for hundreds of feet. As I watched, the floor rippled, the walls breathing in and out like lung tissue. The building's transformation wasn't limited to my apartment. It was spreading. Behind me, the voice spoke again, closer now, a wet whisper directly against my ear. "You cannot leave what you have become part of." I ran anyway, sprinting down that impossible hallway that stretched and contracted with each step. The walls reached for me, the floor rose to trip me, the ceiling descended to trap me. Every surface had become organic, alive with malevolent intent. I don't remember reaching the stairs or descending them. My next clear memory is of standing on the sidewalk outside the building, gasping for air that didn't smell of copper and decay. Blood trickled from my nose, ears, and the corners of my eyes. My body's response to having passed through spaces it was never meant to navigate. I looked back at the building, expecting to see some external manifestation of the horror inside. Tentacles bursting from windows perhaps, or the entire structure rippling with unnatural life. But it appeared normal, indistinguishable from the other century-old apartment buildings lining the street. Its windows reflected the streetlights placidly, giving no hint of the nightmare within. Only one detail betrayed its true nature. My own apartment window on the 5th floor, where a face pressed against the glass. A face that was almost, but not quite, my own. It wore my features like an ill-fitting mask, the proportions slightly wrong, the expression a parody of human emotion. As I watched, it raised a hand to the glass, 5 fingers splaying against the transparent surface. No, not 5. The fingers continued to extend and divide until the hand resembled nothing human at all, just a writhing mass of digit-like appendages. I turned and ran. That was 3 weeks ago. I've been moving constantly since then, never staying in one place for more than a night. Hotels, motels, friends' couches, anywhere that isn't there. I haven't returned for my possessions. They're not mine anymore. They belong to it now like everything else I left behind. But I'm not free. I know that now. Sometimes when I catch my reflection unexpectedly, in store windows, car mirrors, the blank screen of my phone, I see a flicker of something else looking back at me, just for an instant, before my true reflection reasserts itself. My dreams are filled with narrow passages and suspended bodies, with voices calling my name from behind walls. I wake often with the taste of copper in my mouth and fresh scratches on my skin that I don't remember receiving. Most disturbing are the changes to my body. Subtle at first, so subtle I could dismiss them as paranoia. A slight alteration in my gait, as if my legs have modified themselves while I slept. Patches of skin that feel different when touched, cooler, with an unusual texture resembling the walls of that hidden passage. My reflection sometimes moves a fraction of a second after I do, as if struggling to maintain synchronization. I understand now what the entity meant when it said I couldn't leave what I had become part of. The building doesn't need to contain me physically anymore. It planted something inside me before I escaped. A seed, a fragment, a piece of itself that is slowly transforming me from within. I find myself drawn to certain buildings now, old structures with complicated histories, places where the architecture doesn't quite make sense. I catch myself running my hands along their walls, listening for responses, seeking hollow spaces that might accommodate what I am becoming. Yesterday, I found myself standing outside my old apartment building, with no memory of having decided to go there. I stood on the sidewalk for hours, staring up at my former window. No face looked back this time, but I sensed recognition. The building was aware of my presence, patiently waiting for my return. I checked into a motel tonight, but I know it's only temporary. The walls here are already beginning to feel familiar, responsive to my touch. When I press my ear against them, I hear faint whispers calling me home. Soon, I won't be able to resist anymore. Soon, I'll join the others in those hollow spaces between walls, becoming part of something ancient and patient and hungry. My consciousness will merge with theirs, and together we will wait for the next tenant, the next potential addition to our collective existence. And when they come, I'll be watching from behind the mirrors. I'll be the cold spot that follows them from room to room. I'll be the whisper they can't quite make out. I'll be the presence they sense but cannot see. I'll be the hollow space waiting to be filled, because that's what I'm becoming now. Not a ghost haunting a building, but a building that haunts itself. The floorboards remembered me. That was my first thought as I stepped inside my late grandmother's Victorian home after 15 years of absence. Something in their soft, mournful creak felt like recognition. A weary hello from an old friend who'd been waiting far too long. Outside, November rain pelted the windows with relentless fury, transforming the afternoon into premature dusk. I closed the heavy oak door behind me, sealing myself in with the shadows and the silence, breathing in the musty perfume of abandonment. This wasn't how I'd imagined spending my sabbatical year. But after the university's budget cuts, my position in the anthropology department hanging by a thread, and the dissolution of my 7-year relationship, I'd run out of options. Grandmother Adelaide's house, her unexpected bequest to me, offered shelter and solitude, space to breathe, time to heal. How wrong I was. I set down my suitcases in the foyer, their thud echoing through the cavernous house like a stone dropped into a forgotten well. The electricity wouldn't be turned on until tomorrow, leaving me with only the weak glow of fading daylight filtering through dust-caked windows. I fumbled for the flashlight in my coat pocket, clicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing swirling dust motes that seemed to dance away from the light. Something felt off. Immediately viscerally wrong, though I couldn't name it. A pressure in my ears, perhaps like being underwater or at high altitude. The air felt dense, charged with some unspoken expectation. I chalked it up to the storm, to exhaustion, to the natural discomfort of entering a space frozen in time. I navigated through the first floor, my flashlight illuminating forgotten corners. The formal dining room with its ornate chandelier draped in cobwebs. The sitting room where Adelaide had entertained her bridge club, furniture still arranged in conversational groups beneath yellowed sheets. The kitchen with its ancient appliances and wooden countertops, warped from decades of use and neglect. That's when I first heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping. 3 beats, a pause, then 3 more, like knuckles against glass. Top, 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 top. I froze, flashlight beam wavering as I held my breath. Logic said it was a branch against a window, driven by the wind. Simple explanation, yet something primordial within me, some ancient warning system buried beneath layers of rationality, screamed otherwise. The tapping stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Just the storm? I whispered, my voice sounding alien in the empty house. The words hung in the air, unconvincing even to my own ears. I continued my exploration, making mental notes of repairs needed, furniture to discard, spaces to reclaim. My footsteps echoed behind me like a shadow, sometimes falling a half-beat too late. I tried to ignore this acoustic peculiarity, attributing it to the house's strange acoustics and my frayed nerves. In the library, Adelaide's pride and joy, I found momentary peace. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined every wall, filled with leather-bound volumes, scientific journals, and first editions. The musty scent of old paper and binding glue felt comforting, familiar. I traced my fingers along the spines, reconnecting with titles I'd explored during childhood summers spent here. The temperature dropped so suddenly I saw my breath cloud before me. I hugged myself, rubbing my arms against the chill that had descended without warning. The thermometer on the wall, an antique mercury model, showed a 20-degree plummet in less than a minute.
Impossible. Top, top, top. Top, top, top.
The sound again, but louder now. Not from the windows, but from within the walls themselves. I swung my flashlight toward the source, a stretch of bookcase covering the north wall. The tapping increased in tempo, growing urgent, insistent.
Top, 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 top.
"Hello," I called, immediately regretting it. The tapping ceased instantly, replaced by a heavy, listening silence. I backed away from the wall, heart hammering against my ribs. Rational explanations surfaced. Old pipes contracting in the cold, a rodent infestation, settling foundations. Yet none accounted for the deliberate pattern, the sense of intelligence behind the sound. Upstairs, I told myself, unpack, rest. Everything looks better after sleep. The grand staircase creaked beneath my weight as I ascended, the mahogany banister smooth beneath my trembling hand. Shadows seemed to shift and elongate in the corners of my vision, retreating whenever I turned to face them directly. The upstairs hallway stretched before me, a gauntlet of closed doors leading to various bedrooms, each with their own history, their own secrets. I headed for the master bedroom, Adelaide's room, where I'd arranged to have a new mattress delivered earlier in the week. The door swung inward with a groan, revealing the massive four-poster bed dominating the space. Dark wood, intricately carved with vines and flowers, it resembled a sarcophagus more than a place of rest. The heavy velvet curtains were drawn, shutting out what little daylight remained. I pulled them open, revealing streaked windows that looked out over the overgrown garden and, beyond it, the small family cemetery where Adelaide and 4 generations of her ancestors lay beneath limestone markers. The rain had intensified, distorting my view of the grounds into impressionistic smears of gray and green. Something moved among the headstones. I leaned closer to the glass, squinting through the rivulets of water cascading down the pane. A figure, pale, indistinct, stood motionless beside the largest monument, watching the house, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. Nothing remained but rain and stone and encroaching darkness. Fatigue, I decided, the brain constructing patterns from randomness. I turned away from the window, determined to unpack the essentials and find something to eat from the supplies I'd brought. The floor beneath the antique Persian rug felt uneven. I nudged the corner of the rug aside with my foot, revealing an incongruity in the hardwood planks, a rectangular outline approximately 3 feet by 2 feet. A trapdoor. Curiosity temporarily overcame my unease. I pushed the heavy rug further aside and knelt beside the trapdoor. No handle was visible, but a small keyhole gleamed dully in the flashlight's beam. I pressed my fingers against the edges, feeling for any give. The wood was ice cold. "What were you hiding, Adelaide?" I murmured, making another mental note to search for keys tomorrow. I dragged my suitcases into the room and changed into warmer clothes. The house's chill had seeped into my bones, making each movement an exercise in fighting stiffness. I made a simple dinner of bread and cheese at the small writing desk, washing it down with lukewarm tea from my thermos. As night fell completely, the darkness became absolute. My flashlight created a small island of visibility, beyond which lay impenetrable blackness. I lit the candles I'd packed, their warm glow offering psychological comfort if not actual heat. The wind howled through unseen cracks and crevices, creating a mournful, keening sound that rose and fell like distant cries. From the floor below came the irregular groaning of the house shifting and settling, a creaking symphony of old wood and older secrets. Sleep seemed impossible. I lay fully clothed atop the new mattress, wrapped in my coat and 2 blankets, flashlight at my side. The house's sounds intensified in the darkness. Every pop, every creak, every whisper magnified by silence and shadows. I must have drifted off eventually, though I don't remember when. What I do remember is waking to the sensation of being watched. My eyes snapped open to find the room transformed. Moonlight now streamed through a break in the clouds, casting everything in a silver-blue glow. The candles had burned out. My flashlight lay dark beside me, batteries exhausted, and the trapdoor I discovered beneath the rug, stood open, a black square of perfect darkness in the floor. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My limbs felt leaden, pinned to the mattress by some invisible force. The air had thickened to the consistency of cold syrup, making each shallow breath a struggle. A sound emerged from the opening in the floor, a soft, wet, sliding noise, like something pulling itself forward with great effort. The temperature in the room plummeted further, frost crystallizing on the inside of the windows.
Top, top, top. Top, top, top.
The sound came from within the opening, a beckoning, a welcome. I fought against the paralysis gripping my body, managing only to turn my head toward the gaping darkness. Something was emerging. Pale, emaciated fingers appeared first, gripping the edge of the opening. They were impossibly long, joints swollen and knobby, nails yellowed and cracked. They tensed, pulling upward, revealing a thin wrist encircled by what looked like rope burns. I wanted to scream. The sound died in my throat, strangled by terror. An arm followed the hand, bone-white and scarred, then a shoulder, a neck, and finally, I shut my eyes, a child's defense against the monster under the bed. If I can't see it, it can't see me. The rustle of movement continued, a dry, papery sound like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. The mattress dipped beside me. Cold breath whispered against my ear, carrying the sweet sour scent of decay. A voice, Adelaide's voice, but wrong, hollow, as if spoken through water, formed words I couldn't quite grasp. A message urgent and insistent. My eyes opened involuntarily. The space beside me was empty. The trapdoor was closed, the rug back in position as if never disturbed. Weak morning light filtered through the windows, revealing a room untouched by the night's horrors. A dream, just a dream born of stress and an unfamiliar environment. I sat up, my body aching as if I'd run for miles. My mouth tasted of copper and ash. On the pillow beside where my head had lain was a single strand of long silver hair, too long to be mine. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway toward the bathroom. I needed water, needed to splash cold reality on my face, needed to ground myself in the mundane morning rituals of the living. The bathroom door was locked. I rattled the ornate crystal knob, increasingly desperate. From within came the unmistakable sound of water running, the ancient pipes groaning to life, the shower's spray hitting tile. "Hello," I called, pounding on the door. "Is someone there?" The water stopped abruptly. Silence followed, thick and expectant. Then, footsteps. Wet, slapping footsteps approaching the door from the other side. I backed away, colliding with the opposite wall. The doorknob turned slowly. The mechanisms click abnormally loud in the silent house. The door remained closed. 1 second passed. 2, 3. It flew open with explosive force, slamming against the wall hard enough to crack the plaster. The bathroom beyond was empty, mirrors fogged with steam, water pooled on the black and white tiles. Wet footprints led from the shower to the doorway, stopping abruptly where I stood. I ran down the stairs, through the foyer, fumbling with the front door's numerous locks. Behind me, the house seemed to wake, to stir. Creaks and groans rising to a cacophony, doors slamming, windows rattling in their frames.
Top, 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 top.
The sound was everywhere now, coming from every wall, every ceiling, every floor. The tempo increased, building to a frantic drumming that matched my racing pulse. The door finally yielded. I burst onto the front porch, gulping the cold morning air, the storm having passed during the night. The world outside was washed clean, normal, sane. Birds sang in the dripping trees. A neighbor down the road retrieved his newspaper. I sat on the porch steps, head in my hands, trying to steady my breathing, to make sense of what I'd experienced. Hallucinations brought on by mold exposure, carbon monoxide from some faulty heating system, or simply the overwrought imagination of an exhausted mind. The utility company truck pulled into the long driveway, the electric company representative right on schedule. I waved weakly, grateful for another human presence, for confirmation that the waking world still existed. "Nasty storm last night," the technician commented as he approached. "You must have been scared all alone in there with no power." I nodded, unable to articulate the night's events. "The previous owner died in there, didn't she?" he continued, glancing up at the house's imposing facade. "My condolences if your family." "My grandmother," I managed. "Heart failure, they said." He made a non-committal sound. "Found in the walls, though, wasn't she? That's what people around here say. Crawl space between the library and the dining room. Real tragedy." I spilled my veins. "What are you talking about?" "She died in her bed." The technician frowned. "Sorry, must be thinking of another case. Let me get your power going." I followed him inside, staying close as he located the breaker box in the basement, a space I'd avoided during yesterday's exploration. The basement stretched beneath the entire house, a labyrinth of root cellars, coal chutes, and storage rooms. The walls were rough stone, sweating with moisture, supporting the wooden framework of the house above. "Wiring's old but serviceable," the technician commented, flipping switches. Lights flickered to life overhead, ancient bulbs glowing weakly behind dusty glass fixtures. That's when I saw it, a section of wall different from the rest. Newer bricks, slightly mismatched in color, forming a rectangular patch approximately the size of a door. "What's that?" I asked, pointing. The technician glanced over. "Old houses like this, always renovating, closing up unused spaces. Probably an access point they didn't need anymore." But I was already approaching the wall, drawn by some impulse beyond my control. The mortar between the bricks was crumbling, improperly mixed or hastily applied. I pressed my palm against the surface.
Top, top, top.
The response came immediately from within, vibrating through my hand. I jerked back as if burned. The technician hadn't noticed, busy with the electrical panel. "All set," he announced. "You've got power now. Anything else you need?" I shook my head, unable to look away from the bricked-up section. He left, and I remained in the basement, staring at the wall. Something was wrong with the timeline. Adelaide had died peacefully in her sleep 3 months ago. That's what the lawyer had told me. A dignified end after 92 years of life. But if what the technician had mentioned was true, if local rumors placed her body in the walls, I needed to know. In the kitchen, I found a hammer and chisel among Adelaide's tools. The rational part of my mind protested, defacing property, destroying structure, following the prompting of what was likely an overtired, overstressed imagination. But the larger part, the part still hearing that rhythmic tapping, needed certainty more than it needed reason. I returned to the basement and began chipping away at the mortar surrounding one brick. It gave way easily, decades newer than the surrounding wall, yet already compromised by moisture and poor craftsmanship. One brick removed created space to loosen others. Soon I had created an opening large enough to shine my flashlight through. The beam illuminated a narrow space beyond, a forgotten corridor between walls, perhaps 3 feet wide and extending into darkness in both directions. The air that escaped was fetid, heavy with decay and something else, something chemical. Preservation fluids. Fighting nausea, I enlarged the opening until I could squeeze through. The confined space beyond was claustrophobic, the walls pressing in on either side. My flashlight revealed decades of abandoned objects, broken furniture, moldering books, children's toys from eras long past, and footprints in the thick dust, fresh enough that individual treads were still visible. I followed them, hunched over in the low-ceilinged passage, cobwebs clinging to my hair and face. The footprints led toward the center of the house, directly beneath the library. The passage widened suddenly into a small room, a space that existed on no blueprint, in no official record of the house. A single chair stood in the center, facing a wall covered in photographs. Hundreds of them, overlapping, creating a mosaic of surveillance. Every photo showed the same subject: me. Me as a child during summer visits. Me as a teenager, capturing moments I'd never noticed being recorded. Me at college graduation. Me with my ex-partner. Me at my office at the university. Me sleeping, unknowing, vulnerable. And most chillingly, me yesterday exploring the house, taken from angles that could only have been captured by someone inside the walls. Beneath the photos, a small writing desk held an open leather-bound journal. Adelaide's distinctive handwriting filled the pages, increasingly erratic and sprawling toward the end. She's returned as promised. My blood continues. The exchange will be completed tonight. I've prepared the space beneath her floor. When she sleeps, I'll call her down. She won't resist. They never do when the tapping starts. One last sacrifice to feed what lives in the hollow places. One last offering to renew our covenant for another generation. The hunger in these walls has waited 15 years for her return. Tonight we feast. The journal slipped from my trembling hands. The room suddenly felt crowded, though I stood alone. The temperature plummeted, my exhaled breath forming clouds that hung suspended in the stagnant air.
Top, top, top. Top, top, top.
The sound surrounded me now, no longer coming from specific locations but from everywhere at once, as if the house itself had learned to communicate. Something moved in the darkness of the passage behind me, a shuffling, dragging motion. I turned, flashlight beam trembling, to find the way blocked by a figure. Adelaide, or what remained of her, stood in the narrow corridor. Her body was desiccated, partially mummified, skin stretched tight over prominent bones. The formal dress she wore, the one she'd been buried in, hung from her frame in moldering tatters, but her eyes were alive, gleaming with malevolent awareness. "You weren't supposed to find this place," she said, her voice a dry whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "Not yet. Not until you were prepared." I backed away until I hit the photo wall. "You're dead. You died 3 months ago." A terrible smile stretched her withered lips. "Death is negotiable in this house. Has been since your great-great-grandfather made the first bargain. One life freely given each generation to sustain what dwells between the walls. To feed what grants our family prosperity, longevity." She gestured to herself. "A certain flexibility regarding mortality." "You're insane," I whispered. "This is some elaborate setup. You faked your death. You've been living in the walls, spying on me. I chose you when you were 7, she continued as if I hadn't spoken. "The summer you found the trapdoor in my room. Do you remember? I knew then you would be receptive, sensitive to the threshold between worlds. I've spent years preparing you, calling you home." The air thickened further, becoming almost solid. Breathing required conscious effort. The walls seemed to pulse like a living thing, expanding and contracting in a slow, deliberate rhythm. "What lives here is ancient," Adelaide whispered, edging closer. "Older than this house, older than this land. It found us when we built over its resting place. It would have destroyed us all if your ancestor hadn't struck the bargain. One willing sacrifice each generation to sate its hunger. In return, our family prospers. The arrangement has served us well." "I'm leaving," I said, searching desperately for a way past her. "I'm selling this place, tearing it down." Adelaide laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You can't leave. Not anymore. The doors won't open for you now. The windows won't break. The bargain must be fulfilled."
Top, top, top. Top, 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 top.
The tapping crescendoed, no longer rhythmic but chaotic, hungry. The floor beneath me softened like wet clay. I staggered, losing balance as the solid surface gave way. "It's time," Adelaide said, watching impassively as I sank ankle-deep into what had been concrete moments before. When it's done, you'll understand. You'll join me in the walls, watching over the next sacrifice when the time comes. The floor continued to soften, to pull me downward. I struggled, but each movement only hastened my descent. I was waist-deep now, the substance around me neither solid nor liquid but something in between, cold and grasping. Adelaide approached the edge of the quicksand-like floor, her movements jerky and unnatural, head tilted at an impossible angle. The hollow between worlds requires payment, blood freely given to maintain the boundaries. I don't consent, I gasped, now chest-deep in the morass. It has to be willing, you said. By coming here, by accepting your inheritance, you already consented. Her skeletal hand reached toward me, not to help but to push. The house recognized you. The walls remembered. I was neck-deep now, the pressure around my body immense, squeezing the air from my lungs. Above me, Adelaide's face began to change, to melt and reform into something older, something that had never been human. Behind her, other figures emerged from the darkness of the passage, generations of sacrifices, their bodies in various states of decay, all watching with the same hungry anticipation. The substance closed over my head. I felt myself being pulled downward into some vast, lightless space beneath the foundations of the house. Something waited there, ancient and patient and ravenous. My last conscious thought was of the floorboards, how they had creaked in recognition when I first entered the house. They hadn't been greeting me, they had been celebrating my return. They found my car 3 weeks later, still parked in the long driveway. The house stood empty, undisturbed, no sign of struggle or foul play. My disappearance became another local mystery, another cautionary tale about the old Victorian on Maple Street where people sometimes go missing. The new owners arrive next month. A young couple with a child, a sensitive little girl who already talks about the friendly voices she hears calling from the walls, inviting her to play. At night, when the house settles into silence, I join Adelaide and the others, moving through the hollow spaces between walls. Sometimes, I press my fingers against the barrier separating our realm from theirs.
Top, top, top. Top, top, top.
The little girl hears me. She smiles in her sleep when I call her name. Soon, she'll find the trapdoor beneath her bedroom rug. Soon, she'll understand her purpose. The walls are patient. The hollow places can wait. We have all the time in the world.